आके फिर इनको गणेश जी ऑडियो टेस्ट, कैन यू हियर मी?
Yes, sir.
ओके
सुभाष जी आवाज एक बार चेक। सुभाष जी सुभाष सर
हा सर, येतोय.
येतोय ना आवाज क्लिअर?
हो येतोय.
ओके.
Am I audible? This is Haridas.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Lalit sir, good afternoon. This is Haridas. Are we audible to you? Sir, namaskar. Namaskar.
Namaskar. Namaskar.
Thank you so
You are-
much for joining, sir.
No, you are audible, you are visible.
Thank you so much. We'll start the program sharp at 2 o'clock, sir.
Yeah, great. Very good.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining. So all are joining now. Maybe we'll take another 5-6 minutes time to accommodate all, and then we will start.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
हेलो।
तो स्वप्निल जी बोलिए, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
आवाज आ रही? वीडियो दिख रहा है मेरा?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
हाँ ठीक है, ओके डन। सुभाष जी वीडियो दिख रहा है मेरा?
हाँ दिख रहा है, वीडियो दिख क्लियर है।
एवरीथिंग इज क्लियर ना?
यस यस, ऑडियो एंड वीडियो इज क्लियर।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच।
नमस्कार।
यस।
वेलकम।
थैंक यू।
नानिक रूपानी साहब आपके दोस्त है मेरे ख्याल से?
बहुत अच्छे दोस्त हैं। अभी मिले थे मुझे, इधर आए थे दिल्ली में, वो लास्ट वीक आए थे, तो बहुत अच्छे मित्र हैं।
हाँ, नहीं, बहुत आपके बारे में बहुत तारीफ बता रहे थे हमको। You have been heading All India Bar Council and so many other things. Leading person of law and judiciary.
वो तो उनकी आदत है, हर एक की तारीफ करना।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं। Nanik Rupani is our family member.
Yes, yes.
Yes, and possibly because of him, we have been. My son Rahul.
Yes,
We are very, very close friends.
that's right.
Yeah.
मेरी दोनों से मुलाकात होती रहती है।
Yeah.
Sir is helping us to build the law school too, sir. Correct, sir. His contributions are immense for us for building the law school which we have.
बहुत छोटा है भाई, लॉ स्कूल अपना क्या बात कर रही हो? लॉ स्कूल्स आर मेनी हंड्रेड्स ऑफ देम, बट बसीर साहब का कंट्रीब्यूशन बहुत बड़ा है बेटी।
If you have people like Dr. Shailashri Haridas and Mr. Rao, the Vice Chancellor, I'm sure, it has got great potential, your law school. It is not a small, I think it's a very good institution.
We are on the right path.
Excellent path, yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Rao.
Namaskar, sir. Welcome.
Namaskar.
Thank you very
Namaskar.
much. We are really privileged and honored to have you, sir.
Good to see you. Good to see the
It's our honor, sir.
academicians, because we continue to learn from you people.
So you are our inspiration for learning, sir.
Gautam sir, good to go.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Good to go.
Okay, thank you. Very good afternoon, all the dignitaries on the dais.
Yeah.
I would like to welcome Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir, President of the Society of Indian Law Firms, General Secretary of the Bar Association of India, and Managing Partner of Bhasin and Company. Eminent speaker of this session, Honorable Dr. Lalit Bhasinji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Dr. N.T. Rao, sir, Executive President and Managing Trustee, Shri Rahul V. Karat, sir, and all the deans and directors, pro-vice chancellors, and respected members on dais. I would like to heartily welcome each one of you for this very, very important initiative of MIT School of Government. I'm sure many of you would have witnessed a very, very important and memorable event in the morning today on campus. And today, this is the extension of the same, overcoming the colonial mindset. My friends, many of us, those who have born in, or they are so-called as millennials, the concept of independence and freedom are totally different. The feeling of Bharatiyatva has always been free, unchanged, and unchained and untamed. India is the source of wisdom to the world, where, according to the words of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore ji, the mind is without fear and the head is held high. Yet, the British attempted to create an impression that they were the benevolent to ensure independence to Indians. In reality, the Indians were neither dependent on British rulers nor accepted them as their legitimate rulers of Bharat, and which is India. The Indian Independence Act 1947 mentions that the British colonial rule over Indian subcontinent would end on 15th of August 1947. It was the act of withdrawal of foreign rule that happened to rationalize on the British that they had failed to enslave the minds and aspirations of millions of Indians. During the Amrit Mahotsav year of the British rulers' departure from Indian subcontinent, let us all come together and resolve to revive the spirit of Bharat, which has always been Swatantrata. It is in spirits and thoughts and actions. It is a time to demonstrate the indomitable force of Bharatiyatva, to unshackle the remains of the colonial thinking and practices from everyday life of all of us. And with the same thought, we all have gathered here today to discuss this vision, the path forward for overcoming the colonial mindset. And this session, very important discussion, we will start with the national song, Vande Mataram. I would like to request every one of you to please rise in your seats and let us wholeheartedly participate in national song, Vande Mataram. I request my technical team to kindly relay.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Shasya Shamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhra Jyosna Pulakitayamini, Pulla Kusumita Drumadala Shobhini, Suhasini, Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My friends, any pious occasion, any important work, we start with praying to our Almighty. Our revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir, 40 years ago, showed us the path, a path that takes all of us to righteousness and well-being of entire humanity. A prayer that he personally created for all the family members of MIT group of institutions. A prayer that does not talk about any caste, creed, religion, or any section of society. A prayer that is written in Sanskrit, but unfortunately, languages these days are also associated to religions. But I would like to request everyone in the audience to pay great attention to the words that revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir has chosen for this prayer. You will understand that not a single word talks about any caste, creed, or religion. I would like to request each one of you to fold your hands, close your eyes, bring the image of your mother, father in front of your eyes, and wholeheartedly participate in a prayer that talks of well-being of entire world, the World Peace Prayer. I request my technical team to kindly relay the World Peace Prayer.
प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारी गोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you. The Indians always wanted to take in hands the reign of the governance from the foreign rulers, to choose its own path of development and to show the entire world the light of peace, empathy, tolerance, coexistence, and cooperation. For the leading lights of India who stood up and led the masses against British rule, the 15th August 1947 was a moment of new opportunity to fulfill India's destined role in the world. As we are celebrating the Amrit Mahotsav of modern Bharat, that is India, should not we unburden ourselves from the colonial baggages by referring the importance of 15th August to bestow the self-esteem and pride amongst the new generations of Indians. Today in the morning, I'm sure you all must have witnessed the views and thoughts of Sri Rahul V. Karad when he said that who were the Britishers to give us the independence? Every born soul is born free and independent. So why we are still calling 15th of August as Independence Day? I think is very right, and this, the Amrit Mahotsav celebration of the Britishers leaving India in this particular year, we should give this particular thought, and each one of us should come together and deliberate upon this important thought that is brought forward by Sri Rahul V. Karad. Before we go any further, I would like to request my technical team if they can please take us through a small curtain raiser video which will give us the deep insight about the thought of this session. I request my technical team to kindly relay the film.
आने वाले समय में हम भारतवर्ष की बात बोले, भारत विच गिव्स अ सेंस ऑफ फीलिंग।
Thank you very much for that video. I'm sure you all must have got charged up because practically the video is giving goosebumps because the concept itself is so important and we all must understand the deep rooted thought behind it. I would now like to invite the Associate Director of MIT School of Government at MIT World Peace University, Professor Dr. Chancellor Haridas, to kindly propose the welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Hope I'm audible. Namaste to one and all. It's indeed my great pleasure to welcome you all to this online conclave on overcoming the colonial mindset. I welcome you all on behalf of MIT School of Government and MIT World Peace University. I welcome Shri Lalit Basinji, who doesn't need any introduction in the field of justice. I'm so happy that, sir, you have taken time today, and I welcome you from the bottom of my heart. I also welcome Shri Gopal Swamiji, Shri Subramanian Swamiji, Madam Rituparna, she has already joined, Shri Vivek Velankarji. Many eminent guests will be joining us online today. And I'm sure whatever we are going to listen today, whatever we are going to learn today is a stepping stone for what we would like to achieve in next 1 year as such. As Professor Gautam was mentioning that this being the 75th year, we really would like to celebrate. And we would like to celebrate by changing the mindset of young Indians, where we would like to come out of this colonial mindset. I also welcome Shri Vishwanath Karat, sir, who is the founder, president, and the torchbearer of peace. Sir, you have always spoken about this particular concept, and probably this is a time for us to to give a sort of gratitude by implementing the thought process which you have in your mind for many years. I welcome Sri Rahul Karad, who is always having the fire in the belly for being the change agent for Mother India. Ladies and gentlemen, as you always know, that School of Government, MIT School of Government, which is the first institution in India for creating the future political leaders, which has given many alumni, those who have contested the elections, and many alumni, they are contributing in different political parties. And we are known for connecting with a social cause. The knowledge which we deliver here, which we give here, helps us to be the leader who will be leading the nation of tomorrow. That's what the academic program for us here at MIT School of Government. And this School of Government has always taken the initiative, maybe in terms of the Bharatiya Chhatra Samsad or in terms of the National Women Parliament or any other social connect which we have. The conference today is aimed to take the concept of this overcoming colonial mindset to the young generation, to the last mile of India. We will try our best to take this particular concept to the last mile of India in next 1 year. We would like to come up with a series of activities, series of events, so that we can touch all the people, those who have the fire in the belly, to be the change agents for India. By this concept of changing the colonial mindset, we never meant changing the language from English to mother tongue. We never mean that, but we feel that we are the people being in the teaching section, being the teachers. We need to own up the responsibility of changing this. That's what we always meant. In 2006, US called us as elephant dancing, and because of that, we all started dancing. In the sense, from 2006 onwards, actually Indian economy started shining, all those things happened. So why do we wait for a particular day where the other people call us as elephant dancing? India with a huge population, it cannot do anything. That was the assumption which the other people had, and we changed the mindset of the entire world. So let us realize, we the young people of India, we should realize the inner capabilities, and let us be proud of what we have achieved. And this what is actually the complete the vision of having this particular conclave. We youngsters have many questions in the mind. Why India is India, or why it can't be Bharat, or as sir mentioned, that why 15th August is Independence Day, why not Rashtra Divas, or why in the court we always say that my lord, why not Mahoday? Like lot of questions, we have it at the back of the mind, and we really would like to get the answer from all these brainstorming sessions. I welcome each one of you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for joining the mission of kindling the flame of democracy. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Shaileshri Haridas ma'am. And I think the thought itself is so thought-provoking that the amount of audience that we have got today, I'm really happy to share with everyone in the this digital dais, is we have 1,000+ participants on this Zoom platform and more than few thousand on YouTube and Facebook Live. So I'm sure every single word which is talked here is reaching out to thousands of people around the globe, and I'm really happy that this important thought is reaching so many hearts. This is a very, very important and beautiful moment, which I would like to take most of it. I like to request everyone in the panel to please switch on their cameras so that we can capture a beautiful picture, a photograph, so that we remember this day very particularly. So I request everyone to please put on their cameras. Everyone in the panel, please put on your camera and wear a beautiful smile as we capture this movement digitally.
Done, sir.
Thank you very much. And it is time when I invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Professor Dr. N.T. Rao, sir, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Gautam. Good afternoon to everyone. It's really a matter of pleasure, pride, and privilege for MIT World Peace University to be hosting this event and inviting luminaries like Dr. Lalit Bhasin, Rituparna ji, Gopal Swamiji, Subramanya Swami, and all others. Our own Gopal Krishna Gokhale ji, this is what the web tells me, has once said more than 100 years ago, what Bengal thinks today, India thinks tomorrow. Now, I would rephrase it differently. What Dr. Sri Rahul Karar thinks today, India will be thinking tomorrow, This is, and I would also substantiate that statement with the way he started the School of Government more than 20 years ago. Nowhere in Asia we have that. So he is thinking tomorrow. He thinks that we need to have every student to be on the board through Bharatiya Chancellor, give them a platform. So he creates a parliament for students. So that means he's thinking tomorrow. He's already today that it's a reality. Whether it's Sarpanch or say Women's Parliament or Teachers Congress, Journalists Congress. So anything that he thinks, what he thinks, and it's happening tomorrow. I mean, he's thinking tomorrow. And now he's thinking something for tomorrow. That's let's break the shackles of a colonial mindset. I can tell you today, 2021, August 25th, we are sitting here. 2022, August 25th, there will be another event where we would have already progressed so far down the line. This movement would be, it's not just not a webinar, it will be a movement. The whole of India would be thinking about it, and we have already sown the seeds. I may not be exactly measuring how many feet that this seed has grown. Today, we are sowing the seed. I can assure Rahul Karar, sir, that, sir, next year when we sit here, we'll be talking and we'll be celebrating that we have already progressed far ahead of on this front, that we have broken the colonial mindset. So I'm really happy that we as an institution, so we took this initiative, not the ruling parties, not the opposition parties, none of them they thought. With due apologies, whether it's in the judiciary or in executive or journalists, and no other platform, no other organization, no other individual thought about this. So I'm really proud of the fact that I'm part of this organization that is thinking ahead, that is thinking about tomorrow and planning, creating tomorrow today itself. I think on that count, I'm really happy that we are having this and started this movement, and a movement that is going to unite India like no other cause has united. And that way we are creating another unified, beautiful India in the days to come. I once again invite all the luminaries to this event. I'm sure that these proceedings would really tickle and sparkle everyone to think, why did we not think about this the way MIT WPU did? So that way MIT WPU always stands first and will be first and all matters to come. Once again, I thank you, everyone. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. I'm sure your words would definitely turn into reality, and in year to come, this thought would have reached many more hearts. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that confidence in us. My friends, it is really the words which Honorable Vice Chancellor sir just uttered are so true, that what nation thinks of what Shri Rahul Karar sir thinks of today, the world thinks about it much later. It's so very true, and it is once again proved through the initiative of MIT School of Government. This was a thought Shri Rahul Karar had more than a decade and a half ago. Everybody laughed at it, that there cannot be any school for, there are school of engineering, there is school of science, there is school of management. There cannot be any school of government. There cannot be any school that trains the politicians and gives them a formal training to become a political leader. But again, Shri Rahul Karar proved all those people wrong. And after 15 years of establishment, MIT School of Government has created so many alumnus which are successful in various political positions in the country. The School of Government gave birth to yet another very important platform of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, which has now turned into a movement of itself. A platform that is created for student leaders and students coming together and discussing about politics and not hating the politics as they used to do in the past. I request my technical team if they can quickly take us through the glimpses of MIT School of Government and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, please. Over to you, team.
MIT School of Government is the first institute to initiate the leadership program in politics and government. After the independence, there was a need to have an institution to train the aspiring politicians or the young leading generation of the country. In 2005, MIT SOG was conceptualized by Rahul V. Karad, the executive president of MIT World Peace University, Pune, with a vision of creating ethical, spirited, and committed political leadership for the country from the grassroots and from all walks of life. Rahul Karad, the founder of MIT School of Government, says that in order to strengthen the democracy, educated young generation must lead the politics. To support his ideology and expand the horizon of the School of Government, he initiated the largest platform of student leaders of the country called Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad or Indian Students' Parliament. A large number of selected student leaders across the country represent in Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. Till date, more than 2 lakh student leaders are directly or indirectly benefited or are associated with the Students' Enclave. This 3-day program is witnessed by large number of eminent guests from politics, social field, industry, science, spirituality, journalism, etc.
That's how I look at this, this very concept of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. What way the country can change. I can tell you very few people. This is not a very small number. This number can play a very big role, my dear students. You have a great future, and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, the MIT School of Government, India's first school to develop the future politicians, it will go a long way.
Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is now can be said to be the largest classroom of politically motivated students. This is a small contribution of MIT School of Government towards the nation building.
Thank you very much for that film, and I'm sure the message must have reached everyone in the audience that what MIT School of Government and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad stands for. I would now like to invite the Managing Trustee and Executive President of MITS MIT, and Executive President of MIT World Peace University, Chief Initiator of MIT School of Government, Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Teachers Congress, National Women's Parliament, and Sarpanch Sansad, Shri Rahul V. Karad, to address the gathering and brief everyone in the audience about the concept of overcoming the colonial mindset. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Gautam, for that important introduction. Janani Janmabhumischa Swargadapi Gariyasi. Behalf of the bodies of trustees and all staff, students, and our beloved founder, most revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, let me welcome the chief guest of today's program, Dr. Lalit Bhasin Sahab, who is the president of for the Society of Indian Law Firms, who is a general secretary, the Bar Association of India, managing partner for Bhasin and Company, a very well-known lawyer, and who is basically guiding my School of Law and various other social initiatives, my institutions. So thank you so much, Dr. Lalit Bhasin Sahab, for joining today. I'm very thankful. Dr. Karad and myself, we both are really thankful for fostering this cause today. I also would like to welcome Shri N. Gopalaswamiji, who is associated with the mission of School of Government almost last over 10 years. And sir, that the very cause on which we wish to discuss today, the 75 years of independence, what we are going to complete by next year. And this Amrut Mahotsav year, we also wish to see the government of India is celebrating. We also wish to do on similar line as an institution. We are a institution with such a large number of students and staff and everything. So you are well aware. And once again, I want to welcome you, sir. You have participated before also in many of our programs. And you have fostered this very idea of MIT School of Government very loudly in your the previous engagements with my organization. Thank you so much, N. Gopalaswamy Sahab. I also wish to welcome, I think Subramaniam Swami Sahab will be joining little later, I was told. Of course, Subramaniam Swamiji, I remember you participated in Indian Students' Parliament. You interacted in the School of Government Students, a few batches also. You have already given your orientation, your idea about India and overall the governance, the government and the leadership, how it should evolve for the country, and the very concept. What little introduction Professor Bapat gave, it was rather necessary because there is such a huge audience has come. And about the colonial mindset, when we wish to discuss something like that, this background was necessary to know that who is this organization who wish to conduct something like this. So very elaborately, last 15, 20 years, and much before that also, with the support and guidance and the mentorship of our founder, we have organized a number of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. There are a number of such other conferences, deliberation, discussions we have conducted so far, which ignites the student community and the society at large, not only in one specific area, but it is a continuous, relentless effort of our institution, Basin Saab, that how do we really create a socially sensitive graduates? How do we connect our degree programs with the society is always a quest, which is given by our founder, and we are very, very united and continuously taking that torch in our hand and moving ahead. So thank you, Subramaniam Swami Sahab. आपका भी आज पे यहाँ पे आना होगा. मैडम पूर्णिमा अडवाणी जी यहाँ पे आएंगे. नेशनल कमीशन फॉर वुमेन के वो चेयरपर्सन रहे हैं, and she is also supporting my School of Law and other initiatives. So also we have the Member of Parliament, Honorable Member of Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakurji, and she also wishes to speak today. So I'm thankful that she is going to give her mind. Dr. Kumar Saptarshi ji, especially he called me yesterday, and he's a very veteran thinker, a Yuva Kranti Dal president, and also a president of Maharashtra Gandhi Smarak Nidhi. He is also editor of Satyagrahi, and he's a former MLA and a very well-known leader and he was a very good friend of Chandrasekhar ji. We worked with him for quite a long, and of course a very dear friend of our founder and my father, Dr. Vishwanath Karad. Dr. Kumar Saptarshi ji, I want to welcome you also today, and all other respected Vivek Pelankar ji, who is also a very senior RTI activist. I want to welcome you also in this deliberation today. Without taking too long, just in next 3 to 5 minutes, I will share my mind that the colonial mindset and the very thought how it came in my mind. Rather, last 2-3 years, this idea was not idea, but there was a little emotions about whenever we go to the Western world, they say India. India is this name is given by as we know that in the British era how we evolved. I do not want to really go into the deep history as such. There are various luminaries. They will speak their mind from even from the legal perspective and from other perspectives also. I had little chat with Dr. Lalit Basin Sahab also, and he also shared his thoughts with me in person. But I'm hoping that he will give his mind. That I said that now the generations which are 75 years we are going to complete, the further generations who are going to be a part of this legacy, and they will evolve as tomorrow's the ambassadors for this nation. What kind of generations we want to really produce for the nation, and how do we really give the pride to this the demographic dividend of India, and with that spirit, I said even about the Independence Day word also. I was sharing today morning also. There were some other leaders. And we have one very huge exhibition we have portrayed here in our campus and exhibited in our campus, one such this thing, which is continuously giving the reminder that how do we look at even towards our independence also. We said the Britishers have given independence to us. And I said, we are such a great country with thousands of years of our legacy. Who is someone or some nation who can give independence to us? Psychologically, how do we really deal with this dilemma? And here are some of the options my friends also they shared. But maybe can we say something else so that the future generations can think differently about the हम कोई prani hai, pakshi hai, कि हमें किसी देश ने हमें इंडिपेंडेंस दे दिया कि भाई आज से हम आप आजाद हो गए। तो मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि इसके बारे में भी विचार होना चाहिए कि मूलतः अपने इवन भारत का नाम भी, मतलब हम हमारे बोली चाली में, जैसे बॉम्बे का मुंबई हो गया, मद्रास का चेन्नई हो गया, कलकत्ता का कोलकाता हो गया, तो उसी तरीके से मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि हम हमारे बोलीचाली में ये शब्द जैसे प्रचलित हो गए, तो आने वाले समय में हम सब सो कॉल्ड इवन द एलाइट सोसाइटी, आज गांव में जाएंगे तो भारत शब्द का उच्चारण काफी हद तक होता है, बट मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि शहरों में क्वालिफाइड हमारे जैसे इंस्टीट्यूशंस में एंड एजुकेशन सेंटर्स आर द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सेंटर्स. Once upon a time, our very founder, he shared, one of the British man, he was having a conversation some 20-30 years before, and Dr. Karad said to him, "You people ruled our country." And the gentleman says to Dr. Karad sir that, "Professor, let me correct you. It is not the Britain who ruled. It is Oxford and Cambridge who ruled the world, who ruled your country." So he wanted to say that the education, how it is important. So we as an education institution, why we are hosting this very important seminar today, the colonial mindset. So all of us, the academia, and there are many other spectators here right now who have joined from outside. So I want to communicate कि ये हमारा सबका ये दायित्व है इसके बारे में सोचना, और मुझे लगता है कि ये पूरा साल हम इस विषय में अगर कंटिन्यूसली सोचें कि 75 साल की आजादी का ये वर्ष हमें किस तरीके से मनाना चाहिए, तो इंडिपेंडेंस डे का नाम हमें बदल के, सरकार ने तो पार्लियामेंट हाउस अभी नया बनने जा रहा है, और भी ऐसी काफी सारी चीजें जो है, पिछले काफी सालों में हम काफी सारे रोड्स के नाम भी बदल दिए, काफी सारे बिल्डिंग्स के नाम बदल दिए। तो ये मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं ये प्रोसेस के तहत ये जरूरी है, ताकि हम एक ओरिजिनल थिंकर है, ये बात हमारे आने वाली पीढ़ी को हमें बताना जरूरी है। आर वी नॉट ओरिजिनल थिंकर्स? दिस नेशन हैज ऑलवेज promoted various such ideas, but in the whole this chakra of the world, somewhere today compared to the developed economies we have lagged behind. That is fine, but एक जमाने में हमारा देश बहुत 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 सोने की चिड़िया कहलाता था। ये सब बातें हम हमेशा बोलते हैं, और मैं इस चीज को बिलीव करता हूँ दोस्तों। तो मेरी ये भावना है कि हम फंडामेंटली हमारे डे टू डे चाल चलन में भी हम अगर इंडिया शब्द प्रयोग ना करते हुए अगर भारत इस तरीके से शब्द प्रयोग हमें करना हम शुरू करें, तो पूरे विश्व में और हमारे आने वाले समय में हमारी जो पीढ़ियां है उनको भी इसके बारे में हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम के द्वारा, अभी जो नई एजुकेशन की पॉलिसी जो बसिन साहब जो आई है, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, 40 साल लगे हमें नई पॉलिसी देश को देने के लिए। इस बीच में काफी सारा समय बीत गया, और इस पॉलिसी में काफी सारे ऐसे बदलाव उन्होंने किए हैं जिसके माध्यम से मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि आने वाली पीढ़ियां जो है कि हम भारत और भारतवर्ष के बारे में एक अलग तरीके से देखेगी, और बहुत ज्यादा इसके माध्यम से स्टार्टअप्स हो, इनोवेशंस हो, पैदा होंगे, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। क्योंकि हमें फंडामेंटली हम वेस्ट की तरफ जिस तरीके से एक हमेशा एक ऐसा भाव होता है कि वो बहुत सुपीरियर है और हम बहुत इंफीरियर है, तो ये भावना कहीं ना कहीं हमारे मन से निकलनी चाहिए, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। इसलिए ये और इसके साथ और भी ऐसे काफी सारे सजेशंस मैंने मेरे बाकी के सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर हो और बाकी भी विषयों में मैंने एक शिक्षण संस्था के द्वारा देश के सामने काफी सारे प्रॉब्लम्स है, काफी सारे इश्यूज है, जिसके ऊपर गवर्नमेंट, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और पूरा मंत्रिमंडल, काफी सारे राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री उसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, सोसाइटी काम कर रही है। बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एज ए एजुकेशन सेंटर और ये 75 साल का ये जो पूरा सेलिब्रेशन तो नहीं कहूंगा, बट ये जो पूरा अमृत महोत्सव वर्ष जो है, और मन से मेरी ये भावना है कि मतलब इवन ये सेलिब्रेशन का भी दिन होता है क्या, 15 अगस्त को हम सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, तो ये सेलिब्रेशन से भी ज्यादा मुझे ऐसे लगता है, और जो कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 14 अगस्त का दिन उन्होंने डिक्लेयर किया कि हमें इस तरीके से हमारे शहीदों को याद रखना चाहिए, उनको हमने पूजन करना चाहिए, और वो इमोशंस लेके, वो ऊर्जा लेके हमें समाज में काम करना चाहिए, ताकि एक कोहेसिव, ऐसा एक अलग समाज, एक इंटेलेक्ट और इमोशंस, ये दोनों का समन्वय लेके हम एक परिपूर्ण भारत का निर्माण कर सकते हैं। तो ये भावना आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की भी है, समाज के बाकी काफी सारे विभिन्न लोगों की भी है, और हमारे संस्था के मन में, हमारे सबके मन में ये विचार आया कि हम इस तरीके से कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट को ब्रेक करने के लिए शिक्षा संस्था के द्वारा हो, बाकी भी एजुकेशन सिस्टम के द्वारा हो, या बाकी जितने भी एनजीओ, सामाजिक संस्था है, ऐसा क्या क्या किया जा सकता है, इसका लिस्टिंग हो सकता है, और हम इस तरीके का एक नया कल्चर, नए भारत का कल्चर हम इससे निर्माण करने में एक अपना छोटा सा योगदान दे सकते हैं। तो ये भावना से ये आज का कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट का ये सेमिनार यहाँ पे हमने रखा है। तो मैं मेरी भावना इतना ही यहाँ पे व्यक्त करके मेरे 2 शब्द खत्म करता हूँ। स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट जैसा एक उपक्रम जिसके माध्यम से कि पढ़े लिखे लोग राजनीति में आए, से हमारा कंटिन्यूस ये प्रयास रहा है कि हमारे जितने भी 60,000 छात्र माहिर ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशंस के, हमारे MIT वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी के, इनको समाज में इस तरीके से हम परिपूर्ण बना के एक सोशली सेंसिटिव ऐसे चेंज मैनेजमेंट के लिए उनको हम तैयार करके हम सोसाइटी में उनको पेनिट्रेट करें, ये हमारा मिशन है। तो इसके लिए आज ये जो एक सेमिनार होने जा रहा है, तो मुझे खुशी है कि इसमें से कुछ तो आउटकम, कुछ तो ऐसा रिजोल्यूशन हम निकाल पाएंगे, जो रिजोल्यूशन सरकार को और अलग अलग बॉडियों को भी हम भेजेंगे और इसके ऊपर परसुएशन करने की हमारी कोशिश होगी। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत। Once again, I welcome all the respected dignitaries who have joined for this very important conference, overcoming the colonial mindset seminar of one day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your thoughts, and thank you very much for setting the tone and elaborating for us the concept of overcoming the colonial mindset. Extremely important thought. And as I said, once again, I would like to say that it is important for us to understand, and I think, as I was saying, it is reflected by the attendance which we have on not just on this platform but on other social platforms also, which is truly reflecting on the thought that the importance of thinking about overcoming the colonial mindset. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much once again. My friends, let us take this journey forward and interact with the most renowned dignitaries that we have present here today. First and foremost, I would like to invite the President of the Society of Indian Law Firms, General Secretary, the Bar Association of India, and Managing Partner of Bhasin and Company. We have the presence of eminent speaker of this session, Dr. Lalit Bhasinji. But before I invite him to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team to show a small film on life and work of Dr. Lalit Bhasinji. Over to you, team.
Dr. Lalit Bhasin is a distinguished lawyer with over 5 decades of law practice. He started his law practice in 1962 and has developed Bhasin and Company as one of the leading law firms in India. Bhasin and Company currently maintains offices in New Delhi and Mumbai and has 28 associates. He is an honorary life member of the International Bar Association, Chairman of CIARB India, and a member of the ICC Arbitration India Core Group. He is a former president of the Inter-Pacific Bar Association and a former chairman of the Film Certification Appellate Tribunal of India. He was awarded honorary membership of the IBA in Melbourne in 1994 for outstanding service to the legal profession. He was felicitated with a plaque of honor for outstanding contribution to the rule of law in 2002 by the Prime Minister of India, and the National Law Day Award in 2007 by the President of India. We are honored to welcome Mr. Lalit Bhasin to MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much for that film, and I would now like to request Honorable Dr. Lalit Bhasinji to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for that very gracious introduction. Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karatji, Mr. Rahul Karat, Dr. N.T. Rao, Dr. Shailashri Haridas, Gopala Swamiji, Professor Bapat, Professor Chainika Basu, faculty members, dear students, my colleagues in the profession, other celebrities, ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you greetings from the Society of Indian Law Firms and also from the Bar Association of India. I'm sorry I was wrongly introduced as the General Secretary. I am the immediate past president of the Bar Association of India. And also I bring to you greeting from the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, the India branch, and CII, National Task Force of Legal Services, of which I happen to be the chairperson. I think this is a brilliant initiative by Shri Rahul Karat and the MIT World Peace University on this very important and very unusual topic of overcoming the colonial mindset. I think you have set in motion a debate which is required as to whether we got independence from the British or we got free from the shackles of the colonial mindset. When you see we, on 15th August, we got our so-called independence. On the occasion of the 75 years of India's rediscovery, I would call it a rediscovery as a nation, we remember 15th August as a day to remember and pay respect to, as Rahul ji just now said, respect to all those who fought and made sacrifices to re-establish India and its pride in the world. India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, aptly summed up the emotions and aspirations of Indians in his famous The Tryst with Destiny address. And I quote him, "At the dawn of history, India started on her unending quest, and trackless centuries are filled with her striving and the grandeur of her successes and her failures. Through good and ill fortune alike, she has never lost sight of the quest or forgotten the ideals which gave her strength." This, as a matter of fact, this echoes what Mr. Rahul Karat just now said. We end today a period of ill fortune, and India discovers herself again. The achievement we celebrate today is but a step, an opening of opportunity to the greater triumphs and achievements which await us. This was the quote from Pandit Nehruji. Overcoming colonial mindset is the first step towards our goals of greater triumphs and achievements, which our first Prime Minister spoke about. But this is echoed 3 years later, rather 2.5 years later, in 1950, when we adopted our constitution. And what does our constitution say? I think what Dr. Rahul Karat has been speaking is inscripted in our constitution. Bharat, our preamble says, and I quote the preamble, it says, India, that is Bharat. Therefore, India was like a passing name. The real name, according to our constitution, is Bharat. So when we talk of Bharat, we have to talk about Bhartiyata. What is Bhartiyata? You can't isolate, you see, Bharat from Bhartiyata. And that is what is meant in our constitution. It is in the preamble itself that India, because India was called India at that point of time, but the framers of our constitution, particularly leaders like Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Dr. Ambedkar, they put it very fairly. That is Bharat. That means that Bharat is the real thing. But I would not speak about the other change of the mindset. I will confine myself to what has happened in the administration of justice and why there is a need to change the colonial mindset. You see, the most tragic aspect of colonial rule was imposition of the British system of administration of justice. Right after the Battle of Plassey in 1757 with Clive, the East India Company started setting up and introducing their own system of administration of justice. Now you see, Britain is a small country as compared to the big size of India. Now that system is a 3-4 tier system. You start with the court of first instance, then you go, you see, by way of a revision or a review or an appeal and further appeals. And at that point of time, the matters went right up to the Privy Council after the federal court, you see, had gone into that. Therefore, this 4-5 tier system may be suitable for a small country like England, but it is not suitable for a country like India. And in India, we never had this system of adversarial litigations. Indian states, because at that time we were states, you see, had consensual form of finding solutions to the disputes. Emphasis was on justice, not on law. Actually, as a matter of fact, law was not known. Even in ancient India and even in the medieval India, under the Mughals also, the law as we understand today, it was not there. There was a code of conduct. In ancient India, we used to call it dharma. Dharma, what did dharma? That do all the right things. That was the code of conduct, which had the place of delivering justice to all who were aggrieved by action of someone. Dharma, emphasis was on dharma as the rightful conduct. Even during the Mughal period, there was no such thing as litigation. Emphasis was on adle. The famous thing is adle Jahangir. Jahangir is known, you see, for his sense of justice. And he had this justice delivery system which stood the test of time till the British came and replaced, you see, these our Gram Panchayats, which used to deal with the disputes among the villagers. Now called India. And that was the system of administration of justice which was suitable for a country like India. Not this adversarial system. But now we have our constitution. We have to work within the framework of our great constitution. Therefore, what do? How do we deal with the colonial mindset so far as the administration of justice is concerned? I think within the framework of our constitution, we can find ways and means to reintroduce, to reinvent, to rediscover our ancient system of administration of justice, not law, justice. And that was consensual form. Try to resolve your disputes. Try to solve the dispute. Don't describe dispute resolution processes. You take over the concept of dispute solution processes. Dispute solutions, not dispute resolutions. Resolution would necessarily imply litigation, arbitration, and all that. Therefore, what is the way out? The way out is to encourage and promote samjhauta, that is settlement of disputes, which our father of nation Mahatma Gandhi advocated. And they say bad settlement is better than successful litigation. Therefore, without going into anything more, without requiring any changes in the constitutional setup that we have got now, one has to find a way out how to encourage and promote mediation, that is settlements of disputes, samjhota at the Gram Panchayat level, at the district level, at wherever it is there. Even in big corporation disputes, the emphasis is now automatically shifting toward mediation, settlement of dispute, essentially because our system of administration of justice, which we have inherited from the British, has failed, has broken down. What else? What further other proof you need when you know that there are 4.5 crore cases pending in the Indian courts all over, and the citizens of this country are not getting any justice at all. And justice delayed is justice denied. If justice is denied to them, then where is the system, you see, of administration of justice? So it forces us to revert back, you see, to the ancient and medieval methodology of finding solutions for disputes. And the solution which offers itself is settlements, samjhotas, mediation. So my appeal to those in the profession, to those who are responsible for administration of justice, because that is the basis of the rule of law in this country. If there is no effective justice delivery system, the rule of law itself will fail, you see, in the country. Therefore, what is required is to change this colonial mindset in the field of administration of justice and reintroduce our ancient concepts, you see, of dispute solutions, not promoting litigations, but finding solutions. So on this note, I wish this great initiative all success. I think it is very timely that Mr. Rahul Karad has taken this brilliant initiative, and I compliment him and his entire team and the university, the MIT World Peace University, the faculty, and those who have organized this. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Basiji. Thank you very much for your thoughts. On this important topic, if you may please allow me, I have received an important question, if you would like to take the question, sir.
Yes.
The question says, recently a PIL has been filed in the Supreme Court seeking to replace the colonial era IPC. And Ministry of Home Affairs has appointed a committee on that. How practical you find all this and how far it is possible?
You see, our legislative process, as you have seen, has failed to deliver. Maybe what happens in the parliament, everyone knows about it. There is no meaningful discussion, meaningful interactions which are required to be taken. Whether it is due to the government or due to opposition, we are not going into all that. But appointment of these committees is very important and relevant for the reason that let these experts in the committees apply their mind and then come up with their recommendations and conclusions, which should be placed then before the parliament. It is not the function of judiciary. Therefore, a PIL may be not the proper way of bringing it, but one has to appeal to the government and to the legislature, you see, that they should apply their own mind through the channels which are available for meaningful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lil Basinji. Thank you very much for your time, your thoughts, and answering the question that we had. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you from the entire team of organizers. Thank you very much. My friends, now we have with us the next eminent speaker of this session, the former IAS, the Padma Bhushan Chancellor of National Sanskrit University, Tirupati, and former Chief Election Commissioner of India, Shri N. Gopala Swamiji. But before I invite him to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Sri N. Gopalaswamy. Over to you, team.
Mr. N. Gopalswamy has served as the 15th Chief Election Commissioner of India. After completing his graduation in chemistry from St. Joseph's College, Tiruchirappalli, Gopalswamy ji became the postgraduate gold medalist in chemistry from Delhi University. He is also a diploma holder in urban development planning from the University of London. He is a 1966 batch Indian Administrative Services officer belonging to Gujarat cadre. He was a district magistrate in the districts of Kutch and Kher, Municipal Commissioner Surat. He has held many key administrative posts in the state of Gujarat, such as Director of Relief, Director of Higher Education, and Joint Secretary, Home Department. He was also advisor in the Planning Commission of India, Joint Secretary, Department of Electronics, in charge of Software Development and Industry Promotion Division, and Head of Software Technology Park of India Society and Satcom India Society. He was also the chairperson of Kalakshetra for a term of 5 years between 2014 to 2019. He took over the charge of CEC on 30th June 2006 and retired in April 2009. He was awarded the Padma Bhushan in 2015. He is currently the president of Vivekanand Educational Society, which runs a group of schools in and around Chennai. We are honored to welcome Mr. N. Gopalswamy to MIT World Peace University.
We are indeed honored and privileged to have you here today, sir. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. And I would now like to request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir. Sir, you're on mute, I suppose. We are not able to hear you.
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Good afternoon to everyone who is present in this very important and a wonderful topic of overcoming colonial mindset. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Sri Rahul Karat. He's always been thinking of something new to be done, something important, something very topical, something very necessary in the circumstances. And today's topic is one such very important issue. And therefore, I would like to congratulate him for the initiative which he has taken. Now, let's look at the overcoming of colonial mindset. Let me first talk about the language. मैं आपके साथ अंग्रेजी में बात कर रहा हूँ, मगर जो मुझे एक किसी ने कहा किसी और भाषा में आप बात कीजिएगा, मैं गुजराती, तमिल, संस्कृत और अंग्रेजी में बात करने का सक्षम रखता हूँ. That is because at the school level, I was taught in Tamil and I had the opportunity to take other languages including Hindi, Sanskrit, etc. English to us was taught as a language to be learned, to use and give your expression, but not as a medium of instruction. मैं आजकल देखता हूँ कि बहुत दुख की बात है कि काफी कुछ स्कूल्स ऐसे हैं जहाँ बहुत सारे स्कूल्स ऐसे हैं जहाँ अंग्रेजी मीडियम से ही काम चलता है. ठीक है, एक तरफ आप कह दें कि ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, मगर ज्यादा दुख की बात तो ये है. The other day, I was talking to a friend and his daughter, who had recently migrated and then joined one of our schools in Chennai. And the girl had a wonderful name. Her name was Haridra. And I was curious and I asked her, saying that, do you understand the meaning of the word? She replied immediately, yes, I know, it is Haldi. She said it in Tamil. Then I asked her a question because we were talking in Tamil. I asked her a question saying that, are you comfortable in reading, writing also in Tamil? She said, no, uncle, I am not. I was in a sense, I was very sad. I asked her saying that Tamil is your mother tongue and you're able to converse, but why is it that you have not been able to read and write your own mother tongue? She had no answer, but I didn't want to probe her further because in the school system, English medium today seems to be the panacea for all ills, which I don't think it is correct. I'm not talking about anybody's experience. I'm talking about from my experience, my generation and a couple of generations even afterwards, up to 1970 or 75. We were in a small town, not a big town, but a small town, not in a village. Tamil was the medium of instruction and up to the SSC, but we were taught English in a way that by the time we went to the college, we were in a position to understand lectures in English. And more importantly, the terminologies which were being used in English in science or mathematics, etc., were also simultaneously taught to us. So I don't think it will be correct to say that unless you read in English, unless you study in English, you cannot progress in life. In fact, many times you see people talking about and giving examples of Japan or Germany, which have progressed tremendously, but not necessarily all of them happen to know English. All of them happen to know to be able to converse, read, write, and they will be comfortable with English, but their entire education has been done in their mother tongue. Any number of studies have proved that mother tongue education is the best for children. And in the process, you not only can in the school days pick up other languages also. And that was the case with us. We were taught in Tamil, we learned English, we learned Hindi, we learned Sanskrit. So I think we are underestimating the ability of the children to pick up languages in a very, very comfortable. So reverting back to, in my view, reverting back to education in one's mother tongue is one of the most priority issues if we talk about overcoming a colonial mindset. To think that you will progress in life only through English is at the bottom of the colonial mindset. And that is something which needs to be. In our schools in Chennai, we insist upon each of the, even though the medium of instruction is English, because they are all preparing for CBSE syllabus, we insist upon every student learning his or her mother tongue. And in fact, I would like to welcome the current policy decision to even impart technical education in the mother tongue. Of course, they should take care to see that the terminology which is used commonly, which is made available to all the students, the ability to grasp principles, etc., etc., much faster in your mother tongue. And therefore, I wholeheartedly welcome this. May be one of the steps to ensure that this colonial mindset is given a go by. Second issue, which I would like to talk about, is the history. Everybody knows, and it is said commonly, that history is written by the winner or the person who conquers. So much of the history of what we read today is based on what the English decided. But much demolition has also taken place because the British used to, there are still people who may, if there are still people who may be claiming that British rule of 200 years did great things for us, I think that myth has been blown to smithereens by many people, but notably in the last 5-6 years by our Honorable MP, Mr. Shashi Tharoor. I would like to recommend his book and his speech in the Oxford University as a must study for all the students, at least in the higher classes in the university and the colleges. It tells you what the British rule was about. I mean, let us not make any noise. I mean, make any wrong notions about, have any wrong notions about it. They came here not to on a philanthropical note. They came to do trading, and they came to do make money, which they did. But in what ways, we didn't understand. If we didn't understand, and because of that, we said their rule was great. Now, here is information galore, which tells you what they were up to. I don't want to go into those details, but just one small point I would like to mention. Mr. Shashi Tharoor in his speech somewhere mentions that India had 27% of the world GDP when the British came in. When they left, India accounted for 3% of the GDP. That's all. And his entire speech should be made a must study for all the students, both in the school and the college. And the third point, which I would like to come to, is about our feeling of oneness. The feeling of oneness amongst us must be fostered repeatedly, because all said and done, we are a nation of a continental size, 22 languages in officially announced languages. Why give only importance to English? Which is very unfortunate. Unfortunate, I must also admit to the fact, or confess to the fact, that it is MPs from the southern region who were instrumental in seeing that English was placed at a pedestal. When in 1951, introduction of Hindi was being talked about as the official link language, English was introduced at the insistence of the people from the south, which is very unfortunate, but there it is. How do we overcome this? It is something which we now need to decide that we need to overcome this. And one of the ways is to ensure that regional language is given the pride of place as a medium of instruction. And the right history is taught to our students. For instance, the entire history which students study is Delhi-centric. It talks about, it used to be Calcutta-centric, it's Delhi-centric, Calcutta-centric until 1911, then Delhi-centric after that. They have been telling us what great things happened in Delhi. But are there sufficient references to the great Maratha Empire, which practically, the entire South India, right up to Bengal in the east, and right up to Punjab in the north, it was Maratha rule. Vijayanagara rule of 200 years did wonderful things to the cultural heritage and cultural scene of this country. Then you had the Chera, Chola, Pandya kingdoms, which created outstanding monuments of sculpture and whatnot. And today they are standing for over 1,000 years. And in each area of this country, there are monuments and which are testimony to the great skill of our artisans and the great skill of our people. And not to talk about the advances in science and mathematics, etc., about which much was not written earlier, much was not known, much was not recognized, much was not acknowledged. Today, the situation is slightly changing, and there is an acknowledgement about the decimal system being brought in by Indians, the zero being brought in by the Indians, and the what goes by the name of Fibonacci series is actually 400 years before Fibonacci. An Indian had done that. So there are so on and so forth. There's so much. All this must be brought to the notice of our young people. Then when I said bringing together India is something which, constantly you must expose our children to the great exploits of our heroes, both past and the present, especially. And in our schools, we have introduced a system by which every year we have a session which talks about the Indian greats, especially for in each year the winners of the Veer Chakra, Paramveer Chakra, etc., etc. And their citations are repeated in the school, so that we bring to the notice of the people that continuing to be a free country involves sacrifices of so many people, sacrifices of our soldiers in the front, sacrifices of our many of our leaders who do wonderful work. I mean, we need to, who did wonderful work, who do wonderful work. We need to recognize that. Small people at various places. During the Corona, you would have noticed people who had their own difficulty of meeting two times meal were willing to share whatever they had with others. There are stories galore. We need to bring that in order to tell this country, tell this children that sharing and caring is something which should be part of our system, part of our psyche. And that is part of Bharatiyata also. If you look back to Ramayana, Mahabharata, and look at various situations, scenes there. For instance, there is a chapter on administration. We all know about Bharat Milap. We celebrate Bharat going and meeting Ram in the Chitrakoot jungles. We celebrate. But do you know that Ram asked 108 questions to Bharat about administration of the country? I mean, he considered that Bharat was actually the ruler there, and therefore he asked him various questions as to how the administration is being carried on, whether he confabulated with his ministers, whether he chose his ministers rightly, whether he confabulated with the ministers in a smaller number, larger number, so on and so forth. It is a minefield of information on governance and administration. So is the case where Yudhishthir and the Yaksha Prashna. Yudhishthir goes and answers the questions which his brothers didn't answer. Basic issue there was the Yaksha said, "This is my property. This is my property, and the water is mine. And if you want that, please answer my questions. You can't cross the limit." The others didn't. They said, "We are princes, and we don't care. We are thirsty. We will take water from it is available. We'll just take it." They all fell down. Yudhishthir acknowledged, "Yes, it's your property, and you have a right to tell us what is to be done in order for us to get the water." And he answered the questions put to him by the Yaksha, and each one of them, many of them are gems of knowledge in administration. And look at Dharmaputra. Dharmaputra goes and asks Sri Krishna, "Please advise, now I'm becoming a king, please advise me as to how I should conduct the course of my work as a king." And Sri Krishna replies, "The best person to answer your questions, best person to advise you on administration is none other than Pitamaha Bhishma. So go and ask him for advice." He does that. And again, you will find gems of advice. So as Viduraniti, there are so much which is within our system, within our cultural moorings, that we need not look at anybody else for this. But the unfortunate thing is, as part of the English education, we don't get to know all these things. So it is necessary to expose our own children to this gems of information which is there, which is part of our culture, which is part of our moorings. Therefore, while congratulating Rahul Karad on this excellent initiative, I would also like to suggest that one of the ways to begin is to expose our children to various records of our achievements in the past, and what as citizens of this country must do in order to understand, appreciate, and put it into use as part of our life. And that is how we'll be able to bring the country together in a much better way. And the myth that this country became one because of the British, that myth has to be broken. I'm quite sure many other speakers will also be telling you on various aspects, including with an excellent talk by Mr. Bhasin on the legal system. I again congratulate Rahul Karad and this entire team for this wonderful exposure which they are giving and the wonderful initiative they take. I'm quite sure that sooner than later, we will see a sea change in the mindset of people in Delhi in positions of importance and power, that slowly we will change our mindset, or at least in various terms. One of the things which started already, as I mentioned, is to impart education in the regional language, which is to me a very, very welcome step. But for that to succeed, we must actually start from the school. We must make the children to learn in their mother tongue rather than in English. Lest at the end of another few years, or 10 years, 20 years, let's not have a situation where a child will say, I'm from my mother tongue is Marathi, but I can only barely speak, not read or write. I am from Tamil Nadu, but I can't speak, I can't read, write Tamil. And that will be a sad day for this country. I'm quite sure that this initiative will succeed. All the very best to Mr. Rahul Karad and his team. And let me thank them again for the opportunity given to me to be part of this particular initiative. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Gopal Swamiji. Professor Bapat, I will just quickly react what sir said. I'm so thankful you shared, wonderfully your mind, and always you, not this is the first time I'm hearing you on these lines, but there is so much like-mindedness, Gopal Swami Sahab. So here, just to the audience also, and to Gopal Swamiji also, I want to share that now with this, this is a cycle of Kala Chakra, and in this process, the English, once upon a time, Britishers ruled us. In non-English speaking countries, my dear friends, today the wonderful English we speak, we all know that in the world, the best English fellow Indians, they speak and whole world appreciates. And in the global era now, China, Japan, various countries, Germany also, where their education, the local education is given in the local language. But now in those countries, they feel like learning better English, and so that as a commerce-driven economy of the world, English has become very important role, and I think this has become a great strength of our nation also today. तो ये बात कहते हुए गोपाल स्वामी जी, मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि मतलब हम इंग्लिश का भी हम हेट नहीं कर रहे. इंग्लिश हमें बहुत अच्छे से आनी चाहिए, और पूरे विश्व में हमारा उसकी वजह से हमारे इकोनॉमी का और इसका सबका ग्रोथ होने के लिए ये बहुत मदद कर रहा है. और मुझे इतना कहना है कि बट अपनी लैंग्वेजेस, जो आपने मुद्दा आपने उठाया कि अभी नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का भी एक नया फॉर्मेशन हुआ है, तो मैं समझता हूं कि प्राइमरी एजुकेशन, हायर एजुकेशन, स्कूल एजुकेशन में सब जगह पे हम बहुत सिस्टमैटिकली, और एजुकेशन सिस्टम ही इसको बदल सकता है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है. तो इसके लिए राज्यकर्ताओं ने, सभी शिक्षा मंत्रियों ने भारत के, और एचआरडी मिनिस्टर हमारे भारत के भी, एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर हो, ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर, सब ने हमें, मुझे लगता है कि अगर इसके बारे में सोचा तो शिक्षा सेंटर्स के माध्यम से ये बहुत बड़ा बदलाव अगले 10, 20, 25 सालों में जो पीढ़ियां इस स्कूल्स और कॉलेजेस बाहर निकलेगी, गोपाल स्वामी जी, कोई एक अलग तरीके का विचार, और ये आपकी डिसअपॉइंटमेंट हम होने नहीं देंगे. मैं इतना विश्वास यहाँ पे बताता हूँ. सर,
मैं आपकी बात से मैं बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ. मेरा ये कहना नहीं है कि अंग्रेजी नहीं जानने का, नहीं. मेरी ही बात लीजिए. 10वीं कक्षा तक तो हमने रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में भी पढ़ाई की, मगर हमारी अंग्रेजी में कुछ कमी नहीं है. So it all depends upon how you teach. Teach English as a linked language. Teach it as a foreign language. Let me take only one example, just 1 minute. I happen to see the 11th and 12th standard CBSE syllabus English subjects. Out of 12 or 14 lessons, which are non-detailed lessons. 2 were about India. I mean, written by Indians. The 12 were written by various other country people. Now, I want to ask you a question. Are there not enough people who write in English in India? Plenty of it. What is the difference? The difference is that the person who writes in English from India will write about the cultural, about the country and what the culture which you are aware of, what the ground situation you are aware of. But if you read something which is written by an Englishman, okay, he will write about his country. What do you achieve in learning about his country? You will learn first about your country. You will be able to express yourself in English very well, even if you read the writings in English of Indian authors. Should it not be a point? Therefore, my point is, yes, learn English, but learn English as a foreign language. Many of these foreigners, Japanese, Germans, etc., learn it as a foreign language, and they do well. It's not that they do not know; they know it very well. But I don't think for that purpose you should go away from the mother tongues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. If you please allow me, sir, I have positive time, but I still have an important question which has come my way for you. If you please allow, I would like to ask you the same.
Yeah, please, sir.
Thank you, sir. And here it goes. Religion-based electorates in British India and caste-based politics in independent India. It shouldn't be considered on the same canvas. What is exactly happening here?
You see, the British very successfully divided for ruling us. We have also followed that in a different manner altogether. I think it is for our politicians and others, and people like Rahul Karad and the younger generation, others sit together. How can we overcome this dividing of the society on caste lines and on communal lines, on religion lines? This is a very, very important issue. I didn't touch it because of paucity of time. The British divided us. That division still remains. How do we overcome that? It's an important issue. We need to discuss it. It's not a very easy issue to follow.
True.
To find solution, because for 70 years, our constitution and we, the people, are at loggerheads. Article 14 says everybody is equal and no distinction between caste, community, etc. But what do we practice in electoral politics? We practice just the reverse. Okay. How do we overcome this? It's for all the political parties and others to come together, but the initiative must come from the educational institutions to tell the political parties and others, saying that, look, please do not divide us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I still have 1 minute, and I have a beautiful question. And it is, election in India is seen as festival of democracy, which is celebrated with joy and hope in Bharat. But sometimes India is seen to be least enthusiastic about it. So what is your opinion?
But absolutely true. Only thing is, even in India, there is a Bharat and India. Okay. I used to cite this example. On 2008 November, there was the attack on Mumbai, and a lot of people emotionally came out with candles and so on and so forth. But a few months later, when there was an election, that area polled the least at 22%. So I think we need to find ways and means by which we should discourage people from not exercising that franchise. There's a matter of debate whether they can be prevented from accessing certain facilities, etc., etc. It's a matter of debate whether, if you don't vote, what are the consequences. Some people will say no, there should not be anything. Some people will say there should be something, but leave aside that. But it's a very important point. It's a very important point. The rural areas and the poorer areas in this country do vote well, heavily.
Indeed.
But it is the well-to-do, well-heeled, and the upper echelons of society think that they have nothing to do with this democracy of this country. It's a very, very unfortunate thing. We need to think ways and means by which to overcome. Very good question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I'm hopeful, as you rightly said, that it's a matter of debate whether we should take any action against those who are not voting. But let me share you a quick insight. The young Indians, I mean, I have a few kids in my locality. They, on the day of election, when I was walking towards my house, they were asking me, have you voted? I'm sure they were only asking me, just show us your finger. They were so excited that something important is happening, and they were enthusiastic about it. I'm sure the young generation which is coming up would be more optimistic and positive about this entire process. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your insights. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much for all the thoughts that you have given us. Thank you very much. Now it's time that I move ahead, my friends. And now we have yet another eminent speaker with us in this session. I would now like to request the human rights lawyer and renowned women's social activist, Advocate Rituparna Mohanty ma'am, to kindly address the gathering. But before that, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Advocate Rituparna Mohanty ma'am.
Srimati Rituparna Mohanty has emerged as an icon for the youth passionate to bring in positive change in society. Rituparna ji's uncle, Satchidanand Mohanty, fought in the freedom struggle, and his virtues won him the title of Gandhi of Kendrapada. After completing her graduation from Tulasi Women's College from Kendrapada, she opted to go for study of law. She soon bagged a job with the Urban Development Department in Kendrapada and was later transferred to Bhubaneswar Municipality Corporation. Her 7-year stint in BMC made her a renowned leader who could handle any social problem. While working with the Bhubaneswar Municipality Corporation, she was affected by the plight of unwed mothers who faced discrimination, poverty and alienation and were victims of trafficking and prostitution. Rituparna Mohanty ji founded Maghara in 2004, which provides a shelter for rehabilitating trafficked and sexually exploited women and girls. Through rescue, care and legal protection, the home has served 5,000 women since 2004. She has also represented India in San Diego in California as a woman peacemaker in an 8-week program, as she was the only woman who was selected for the program. We are honored to welcome Srimati Rituparna Mohanty to MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much for that film. We are indeed delighted to have you here today, ma'am. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Vande Mataram, Vande Utkal Janani. I really thankful to Rahul ji and Vishwanath Karar ji कि मुझे आपने ये इस फोरम में कुछ बोलने की मौका दी और कुछ सीखने की भी। मैं ये बहुत आभारी हूँ आप लोगों के, क्योंकि दो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट जो है, जो मुद्दा है, लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट एंड पीस बिल्डिंग, इसके ऊपर जो आप दो यूनिवर्सिटी बनाए हैं, ये मैं सोचती हूँ भारत में शायद पहला जो कदम है आप लोगों की भारत को अच्छा बनाने के लिए। मैं बार बार भारत ही बोलूंगी, बिकॉज हम लोग आगे जाके भारत को भारत बनाने के सोच में हैं। अब इंडिया को बाय बाय करके हम भारत बनाने की सोच में हैं, और ये भारत बनाने की प्रोसेस में लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट एंड पीस बिल्डिंग, एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ पीस, इट इज वेरी वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट। एंड ये दो यूनिवर्सिटी, मैं जब यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ सैन डिएगो में थी और मुझे जॉन बी क्रॉक इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर पीस एंड जस्टिस इनवाइट किया था, जो स्टूडेंट मेरे सामने थे, मेरे बातें सुन रहे थे, मैं यही सोच रही थी कि हमारे वहाँ पे इतना यूनिवर्सिटी है इंडिया में, लेकिन पीस एक सब्जेक्ट क्यों नहीं है यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर? क्यों पीस यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं है? जो कि भारत एक ही देश है जो नॉन वायलेंस को आधार करके फ्रीडम उसको मिला है। फिर मैं इसलिए विश्वनाथ जी और राहुल जी को और एक बार नमन करती हूँ। पीस को प्रमोट करने के लिए आपने जो ये प्रयास किया है भारत में, ये सारे भारत में पीस यूनिवर्सिटी खुलने के लिए और पीस प्रमोशन, पीस को एजुकेशन में इंक्लूड करने के लिए सरकार को और सिस्टम को जरूर एक सोचने का मौका देगी। और मेरे ख्याल से ये जब हो जाएगी तब कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट जो है इसको बदलने के लिए भी बहुत सारा ये हमारे इनपुट्स देगा। आज का जो सब्जेक्ट है, जो सेशन है, ओवरकमिंग द कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट, आज की प्रोग्राम में जितने भी एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स हैं सबको मेरा नमस्ते। और हरिदास जी और एन.टी. राव जी, गौतम जी, सबको मेरा अभिनंदन कि इतना सुंदर आप लोगों ने ये वेबिनार मीटिंग इसको ऑर्गेनाइज किया है। कॉलोनियल, पहले हमको फंडामेंटल में जाना पड़ेगा। फंडामेंटल क्या है? क्यों हम लोग इस कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट में आजकल जीते हैं? क्यों हम चेंज होने के लिए प्रयास नहीं कर पाते हैं? एक उदाहरण मैं दूंगी। एक चूहा जिसको एक जगह रख दिया जाए और इसके चारों तरफ करंट दे दिया जाए, जब चूहा निकलने की कोशिश करेगा तब सब जगह उसको करंट लगेगा। तो धीरे धीरे चूहा का माइंडसेट ऐसे बन जाएगा, आप उसका करंट निकाल भी दो तो भी वो जाएगा नहीं, वो एक जगह बैठा रहेगा। कई 100 सालों से जो हमारे जो राजा थे, जो और मुगल आए और ब्रिटिश आए, इसके बाद हमारे जो सिस्टम बन गया, इस सिस्टम के अंदर आके हम लोग गुलामी सीख ली, छत्तर में खाना सीख लिया, मुफ्त में जो रिलीफ को लेना सीख लिया। इतना सारा सिस्टम के अंदर हम लोग सीख गया, जो अभी हमें स्वाधीनता मिल गया है, ये 75 इयर्स तक हम विश्वास नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। यही है हमारे कारण जो हम इस माइंडसेट में अभी तक चल रहे हैं। तो इस फंडामेंटल, जैसे मेरे पूर्व वक्ता ने कहा कि एजुकेशन को बदलना चाहिए, एजुकेशन में इस चीज को लाना चाहिए कि कैसे बदला जाए इस टाइप ऑफ माइंडसेट। एंड एजुकेशन इज द बेस्ट इंस्ट्रूमेंट जिसको लेके हम आगे जो आ रहे हैं हमारा पीढ़ी, उसको हम बदल सकते हैं। इसीलिए हर एजुकेशन, जो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी अभी थोड़ा चेंज हुआ है, मेरे ख्याल से शायद ये बहुत इम्पैक्ट ला पाएगा, इसका मेरा मानना है। फिर भी क्या है हमारे सिस्टम, जो डेमोक्रेसी जो हम एंजॉय कर रहे हैं, बोल रहे हैं, डेमोक्रेसी का फर्स्ट पिलर है लेजिस्लेटर्स। हमें अभी सोचना होगा कि लेजिस्लेटर्स कैसे आते हैं, कहाँ से चुन के आते हैं, कौन चुनते हैं उनको, प्रक्रिया क्या है। प्रक्रिया ऐसा है, बहुत सारी जगह में ठीक है, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लोग भी आ रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरे स्टेट पे मैं आपको बोलना चाहूंगी, कोई भी पार्टी हो, लेकिन उस पार्टी का प्रक्रिया रहता है कि दारू बांटे, पैसा बांटे और इसके बाद चुन के चुनाव जीत के आए। अगर प्रक्रिया ऐसा ही होगा तो प्रोडक्ट कैसा अच्छा होगा, ये भी तो हमें सोचना है। दूसरे, जो 1860 में ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट में जो हमारा इंडियन पिनल कोड जो पास हुआ था, जो लॉ हम लोग फॉलो कर रहे हैं, ये लॉ भी ब्रिटिशर्स ही बनाए थे, कॉलोनियल लॉ है। उस कॉलोनियल लॉ को अभी तक हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं विथ सम लिटिल अमेंडमेंट। बट वो जो लॉ था, वो लॉ कमीशन जो फॉर्म हुआ था 1834 में लॉर्ड थॉमस के लीडरशिप में, उसी लॉ कमीशन का रिकमेंडेशन में ये लॉ बना था वहां पे। तो अभी तक क्यों ऐसे लॉ हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं? Why you were not thinking to change entire law, entire system according to Indian Constitution? तीसरा ये बात मैं बोलना चाहूंगी, we have very nice constitution, हालांकि बहुत बार ये अमेंडमेंट हुआ है, 100 से अधिक, लेकिन जो गांधी जी ने सपना देखा था, गांधी जी का एक सपना था, उन्होंने भी कुछ कहा था, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा अगर कंट्रीब्यूशन भारत की स्वाधीनता में किसी की होगी तो ये गांधी को ही सब गांधी का नाम लेंगे। लेकिन गांधी जी का क्या सपना था? आप कभी भी कोई पॉलिटिशियन क्यों नहीं उसको रिव्यू किया कि जो हमारे
Probably there's some technical glitch. We'll wait for a few moments. Generally, this was also one of the difficulties that even in our country, after 75 years of independence, we are still struggling with some of the basic technical difficulties and connectivity issues. I'm sure we'll be able to have her back soon, because this was the problem that was discussed after this pandemic was set in. All the students at schools and at rural places, they were forced to go online. And there were many, yes, sir. There were news in the newspapers and online that students were unable to attend the school online because there was no connectivity. We have seen pictures of students going on hills to see if they're getting coverage. Yes, unfortunately, this is a reality. It seems we have lost the connectivity with Advocate Rituparna Mohanty ma'am. Nevertheless, we have a very, very special person to address us. Oh, we have her back. She's connecting her audio. So, yes, ma'am. I think we lost the connectivity. Please go ahead, ma'am.
She's back. Yeah.
No. I think she's still connecting the audio. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Power cut हो गया था. Sorry for inconvenience.
It's okay.
गांधी जी ने जो कहा था कि एक बात तो उन्होंने डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी में, जो संविधान में हम लोग इसको राष्ट्र नीति 36 से 51 तक जो है उसको हमने राष्ट्र नीति में रख दिया, संविधानिक नहीं किया, लॉ नहीं बनाया उसके ऊपर। क्या था 39 में, धारा 39 में समान संपत्ति के समावंटन, पंचायती राज आर्टिकल 40 और कुटीर शिल्प आर्टिकल 43, अनटचेबिलिटी एंड सोशल जस्टिस आर्टिकल 46 और लिकर फ्री कंट्री 47। ये सब जो बातें थी, गांधी जी का जो सपना था स्वराज का, ये सिर्फ हम लोगों ने इसको पॉलिसी में रख दिया, उसको लॉ नहीं बनाया, स्टेट के लिए मैंडेटरी नहीं बनाया। तब से हम कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट तैयार करना शुरू कर दिया, क्योंकि जो ग्रासरूट में चाहिए थी, जिस तरह के बाय द पीपल फॉर द पीपल जो डेमोक्रेसी हमें चाहिए थी, तब से हम इसका प्रयास कर नहीं रहे हैं। हम ब्रिटिशर्स जो भी सिस्टम छोड़ के गए थे उसी को हम उसी सिस्टम को फॉलो कर रहे हैं। तो कैसे होगा? आप सोचिए कैसे हो सकता है कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट का चेंज? ये ही बहुत ही मुश्किल है, लेकिन हाँ हो सकता है। जब जो 3 pillars ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी या 4 पिलर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी, लेजिस्लेटर्स, जुडिशियरी एंड जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एंड प्रेस, इसको बाद there is a 5th pillar of democracy। वो 5th pillar of democracy क्या है? वो जनता है, लोग है, लोगों का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। ये 5th pillar of democracy जब काम करना शुरू करेंगे, जब समझना शुरू करेंगे, तभी हम ये माइंडसेट, कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट को चेंज करा सकते हैं।
जी।
और
I'm really sorry, ma'am. We have little paucity of time.
Yeah. So you want to wind up? I just take 2 minutes.
Sure.
So मेरा ये रिकमेंडेशन है कि ये जो राष्ट्र नीति है, जो डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी में, उसको संवैधानिक मान्यता दे दिया जाए, लॉ कर दिया जाए। दूसरा, जो कॉमन पीपल है उनको माइंडसेट चेंज के लिए एजुकेशन में हम लोग उसको उतारे और एजुकेशन में लाए, हमारा एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का चेंज हो। और तीसरा कि लीडरशिप में भी जो लीडर हम आ रहे हैं उनके भी इच्छा शक्ति होना चाहिए, पॉलिटिकल विल होना चाहिए कि हम कैसे लोगों को एजुकेट करें इसके बारे में, कैसे हम उनको फिर मोटिवेट करें कि ये सारे माइंडसेट जो है हमें गुलामी की तरफ ले रहा है। हमारा पॉलिसी ऐसा होना चाहिए, हमारा कार्य ऐसा होना चाहिए, हमारा प्रोजेक्ट ऐसा होना चाहिए। आप देखिए पार्लियामेंट में बिल पास हो जाता है, हमें नहीं पता चलता, पार्लियामेंट्रियन को भी पता नहीं चलता कब बिल पास हो गया है। लेकिन मैंने देखा ओबामा केयर बिल एक आ रहा था अमेरिका में, हर कोई नागरिक उसके ऊपर चर्चा कर रहे थे, क्योंकि कितना पैसा जाएगा इस बिल के अंदर, कितना पैसा जाएगा।
Oh, there was some technical glitch. Nevertheless, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for your thought-provoking insights. My friends, now we have a very, very special person with us here today, whose experience, whose knowledge, and whose wisdom can really, really take this discussion way forward. We have with us the founder of Sharada Gyan Peetham, Pandit Vasantrao Gadgirji, with us here today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Panditji, for joining. I would like to request you to kindly address the gathering.
Namo Namaha. At the outset, I want to tell, in ancient history of the world, Ati Prachine Jagati Tale, colonial mindset was never the idea. Rigvedasya Prarthana Vidyate, Rigved says, most ancient script of mankind. Aham Rashtriya Sangamani Vasuna. I am nation and I am prosperity. So national prosperity was ancient idea for the whole of the mankind. Colonial medicine was never allowed here and no colony was allowed. So whole of the world, whole of this globe was one nation, which was called Rashtri. That Rashtri is but nationhood. So no colonialism was allowed in ancient history of this globe, thousands of years back, and this has come today. So we have to overcome this colonialism and to reach very root and very prosperous our ancient history of humanity, humanism, humanhood, and all of us. Aham Rashtri Sangamati Vasonam. Mata me bhumi, putroham prasivya. I am mother of all. I am mother of all. And my population is, they are my sons. So I am son of this my motherland. So this whole of the earth was treated, worshipped, respected as my own mother, and most valuable thing in our life is nothing but our own mother. And this land of ourselves, that whole of the globe is our mother, and we have to bow down and surrender and do everything and have sacrifice for the protection and prosperity of this our motherland. Aham Rashtri Sangamani Vasunam. This motherland says, I am Rashtri, I am nation. No any kind of colony was allowed. No any kind of difference was allowed. And in my American tour in 1984, I found there as Manu was treated and respected as first lawmaker of mankind, not of India, not of Hindustan, not of Hindu religion, but for whole mankind. Manu was respected as first lawmaker of our own whole of the globe. Whole of the globe is treated as my own mother, and I'm her beloved child, her son. So it is duty of every, not citizen, but every member of this globe, that motherland, whole of the globe is my motherland. All humanity I have full of brotherhood, and we must have all preparation for sacrifice for our motherland. In ancient history of the world, Prithvi, that is whole globe, is my mother, it's my God, it is everything. And I have to make sacrifice to protect her, to prosper her, and to be her real son. So nothing is for me to have sacrifice, and that will make me most happiest member of this world. Yadnena yadnyam ayam tadevaha. Our forefathers of this motherland sacrifice. Sacrificial order was our worship. Worship was nothing but sacrifice, and we had to try our best unto last breath we take, that I must fight. Not any kind of colony we are supposed to support. So colony will have its end, and whatever will remain in the world will be humanity, and whole of the globe will be my mother, and I will be her one of the most favorite beloved child. This is called Vande Mataram. So Rashtra Dharma is my dharma.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Panditji. Thank you very much. Your thoughts are indeed always very, very insightful. I'm so intrigued that I would like to request if sir is available, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir. Sir, you have seen, sir, you're on mute. Yeah.
Bapat.
Yes, sir.
No, don't request me. I may speak a few words at the end of the function.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Okay. Thank you very much, Panditji. Thank you very much for your inputs. I was coming to the point that it is important that we create symbols, that we create, I would say, personalities which people can look up to and create their own paths. My friends, here we have revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, who also saw a dream more than a decade ago. He worked, he did not just saw the dream, he worked on that dream for 12, 15 relentless years. My friends, after so much of work, so much of pain, a beautiful monument that was created and which is standing tall as the biggest dome in entire world, which is dedicated to humanity, which is dedicated to world peace, and which speaks of the scale of its size about the importance, about the need of world peace today in the world. I would like to request my technical team, if they can please take us through a journey, the glimpses of the world peace dome. Over to you, technical team.
इक्कीसवीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने की काबिलियत रखता है. इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
We have only two options. Either we live together or we perish together. It is in this context, this monument will stand.
We look at this magnificent dome. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karat and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
Thank you very much for that film. And it is really important, even today in the function that we had, the inauguration of the exhibition, we had the presence of Honorable Chandrakant Patilji. And he mentioned that after seeing this very film, I would like to inform and bring to the attention of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir. He mentioned after looking at the film that he was so keen, he was so much motivated to go and visit the dome as soon as possible. I'm sure he will get an opportunity soon. We are following it up with him, and he will now be we'll be taking him to the dome. Thank you very much for that film. We now have with us the presence of yet another esteemed speaker of this session, the well-known RTI activist, Shri Vivek Velankarji. Before I invite him to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small film.
Mr. Vivek Velankar is a renowned right to information activist from Pune. He has graduated in BE from COEP. He has also completed his MBA. He has 15 years of industry experience in India and the US, with the top industrial houses in India like Bajaj Auto, Philips India, Videocon, Phenolix Cables, among others. He had worked as manager in one of the world's largest consulting firms, Ernst & Young LLP USA. He has campaigned for and trained the people about using RTI. He has filed more than 2,000 RTI applications and given more than 700 lectures on Right to Information Act. As a national trainer on Right to Information Act, he conducted more than 200 workshops for government officials across the country on the Right to Information Act. He is the founder-president of the NGO named Sajak Nagrik Manch. It works for spreading awareness about right to information. He is also the vice president of the NGO Samarth Bharat Vyaspeeth and convener of PMP Pravasi Manch, which is working as a pressure group on PMPL. He has received several awards for his contributions in the field of social work. The awards include Pune Gaurav Puraskar, Rotary Samaj Gaurav Puraskar, Shahu Phule Ambedkar Lokmanya Puraskar, Maurya Puraskar, Sukhakarta Puraskar, Samaj Shikshak Puraskar, and Savarkar Puraskar. We are honored to welcome Mr. Vivek Velankar to MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much for that film, and I now like to request Shri Vivek Velankarji to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Karad sir and all honorable dignitaries. It's my privilege and pleasure to be on this August gathering. Well, it's a colonial mindset what we are speaking about, and I am going to talk from one other angle, that is the administrative colonial mindset. See, Britishers have given us a legacy. In 1923, Britishers brought in an act called as Official Secrets Act 1923. The basic principle behind that is nothing in governance should go out. Indian natives should not know anything what is happening in governance, and then they should not be angry with that. So this 1923 Act continued in India till today. After independence, actually this act should have been abolished immediately, because we adopted in 1950 Democratic Republic status, Lokashahi Prajasattak. Prajasattak means Praja is the king. And everybody working in administration is a servant. Unfortunately, servants still have that colonial mindset, and they said Official Secrets Act, nothing in governance, nothing what servants do will be known to the king, will be known to the owner. Unfortunate, but it's a fact of life. In 2005, Right to Information Act was passed by Parliament, but still this colonial mindset never changed. Today also, if you visit any government office, forget about IS officers, they are big, but even the class 2, class 3, those people also treat people as a dirt. When India talks about Democratic Republic, Prajasattak, and Praja is the king, that king has to really work like a slave in any government offices when you visit that. That's the unfortunate part. And it's really ridiculous that we still have that administrative colonial mindset in India. It's very important now that this mindset first change, because people are now not seeing any kings. People are not seeing any dynasty. People are now seeing only these administrative people working in the field. And if this colonial mindset from this region, that is administration, is wiped out, I am sure there will be a really good start of going out of colonial mindset. unfortunately, who is going to reign in this administration? That's the biggest problem. And let me tell you, with my RTI experience also, I have seen that now after 16 years of RTI implementation, it is seen that these administrative people are absolutely fearless even about RTI also. They have started giving people any nonsense answers, and people have to really struggle to reach up to the Information Commission, which takes even 2 years, 3 years to just get information. Forget about the justice. We just talk about justice, but justice is far away. We are not even in the position to get information. Basically, we, common man of India, we the Indians, our taxpayers, entire administration, entire country works on their money, and still they are treated as dirt. This colonial mindset must stop. Otherwise, we will never reach the goal what we are thinking of, even after another 75 years. I don't know what people will do in this, but let me tell you, we need to reform our laws. We need to reform our systems in such a way that administration is no more a king. They will work as servants to the common man, that is the king of the modern era. Well, friends, there are a lot of acts which have come up, but unfortunately, they have not reached people. There is something called a Service Guarantee Act, which Maharashtra government has passed. Unfortunately, central government is still far away from Service Guarantee Act, where the services, timely services are guaranteed to the common man in this country. This act was introduced in Parliament in 2014, fag end of UPA government, and then it never got passed. And that new government, since 2014 till date, has never spoken about this Service Guarantee Act. Maharashtra government brought it in 2015. What's the result? Nothing is happening. It's only on the books. So all these acts which are meant for people, which are meant for common man, which are meant to end this colonial mindset, are absolutely kept aside by this administration. They are so strong that even good people in politics also not able to read them. I remember one case in Pune when even Mr. Nitin Gadkari, who is the strongest administrator, I would say politician in this country, he also said that we can't do anything with these people. But this is unfortunate fact. So when are we going to see the light in the tunnel? By seeing these administrative people following these laws and rules, and they will become real servants of the people, and this colonial mindset will go away from their minds. I am very sorry to say that we are still struggling to get this done. And I'm sure this August gathering, if they do something on this, reaching up to the politicians, reaching up to the people, that this is what is the need of the hour. This mindset once changes, I am sure Sujalam Sufalam Malaja Shitalam will be very near to all common man. And I really pray God, and also pray this August gathering, that this administrative colonial mindset is the topmost priority mindset change required. And if we all come together, this can happen. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that thought-provoking session. Sir, I have two very important questions that have come up. If you permit, may I take up those questions?
Yes, please.
Sir, the first question is it true that even after 7 decades of independence, the legacy of the British continues in almost all sectors of governance, from judiciary to policing, military practices, and even in parliament? The look, feel, protocol, and practices still gives a glimpse of the colonial regime?
Yes, definitely yes. Even the laws are of Britishers, and we are still following them. I don't know why. 1910, 1883 laws are still going on. Why we can't even make our own laws after Britishers are left 75 years ago? Basically, every administration is governed by laws, and new laws must come in. Those Britishers' laws must be out. as soon as possible. Then only we can say that we are an independent country having our own laws and rules.
True, absolutely true. So one more question. The practice of having peons in government offices and old corporate houses are the legacies of the colonial era and is a culture of sir and madam that we have gleefully accepted. Such practices result into the hierarchy in system. How to remodify this bureaucratic structure for its smooth functioning? Your take on that.
Yes, basically the culture in the private sector is slowly changing. I mean, in big companies also now this concept of peons have gone. Even the executives and even the managers themselves take out Xeroxes, themselves take their teas and coffees, themselves do everything. And they don't find anything very different in that. They have adopted that culture. It's a Western culture, but has been adopted in the corporate life. Unfortunately, our administrative sector in India, especially government sector, they are still with that class 4, class 3, class 2, class 1, and then class 1 is something God, and class 4 is somebody who has to do all this course, basically cleaning, sweeping, and giving tea and all that. I think why people can't take the same culture which has come into the corporate sector, into the private sector, into the government sector. Why do we all need this? But unfortunately, that's not happening.
I think there is some technical glitch. We'll just wait for Sir to reconnect. In the meantime, to the other panelists, if I could ask a question to Advocate Rituparna Mohanty, Madam. How colonizers constructed Indian social identities using categories of convenience during a period that covered roughly the 19th century? You're on mute, madam.
Hello.
जो बोल रहे थे कि जो लॉ है, जो कानून हम लोग ब्रिटिशर्स तैयार किए थे ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट में, उसी लॉ के चलते हम लोगों का जो माइंडसेट एक सिस्टम के अंदर बदल गया है, उसी सिस्टम को फिर चेंज करना पड़ेगा, उसी लॉ को फिर चेंज करना पड़ेगा, पूरा रिफॉर्म चाहिए लॉ की। मैं एक लॉयर हूँ, मुझे पता है आज भी 164 एक हमारा स्टेटमेंट लिया जाता है पुलिस स्टेशन में, 161 स्टेटमेंट में कोई भी कंप्लेनेंट और विक्टिम या इनका जो विटनेस होते हैं उनका सिग्नेचर नहीं चाहिए। इसका मतलब है जो भी कोई स्टेटमेंट दे रहा है उसको पता ही नहीं होता है कि उसका स्टेटमेंट पुलिस ने रिकॉर्ड ही किया क्या। जब कोर्ट में वो पहुंचता है तो उसको पता चलता है कि अरे पुलिस ने तो ऐसा फलाना स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किया, मुझे तो पता ही नहीं। क्यों पता नहीं? बिकॉज उसका सिग्नेचर ही नहीं चाहिए थी पुलिस स्टेशन में।
यस मैम, एब्सोल्युटली।
इस तरह के लॉ को अगर चेंज नहीं किया जाता तब जितना आप देखिए कितना 4.5 करोड़ केस पेंडिंग है हमारे जुडिशियरी सिस्टम को भी रिफॉर्म नहीं किया जा रहा है और एग्जीक्यूटिव सिस्टम को भी नहीं किया जा रहा है। एंड पॉलिटिशियंस जो पॉलिसी जिस तरह से पॉलिसी को चेंज करना चाहिए उस तरह पॉलिसी को चेंज करने के लिए सोच नहीं रहे हैं।
True, absolutely, madam. Yes. Thank you so much, Vivek. Okay, heartfelt thanks to Shri Vivek Velankar, sir, for such a thought-provoking speech. Thank you so much, sir. It's indeed my honor and privilege to introduce Chief Guest, Dr. Subramaniam Swamiji, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and well-known economist and former Union Minister, Government of India. Before formally handing over the session to sir, I request my technical team to relay a short film on the life and work of Dr. Subramaniam Swamiji. Over to my technical team.
Dr. Subramaniam Swamy is a well-known politician across the country. Dr. Swamy earned his bachelor's degree in mathematics from the Hindu College, University of Delhi. He completed his PhD on Economic Growth and Income Distribution in a Developing Nation from Harvard University on the prestigious Rockefeller Scholarship. He has also worked at the United Nations Secretariat in New York City as an Assistant Economics Affairs Officer and with the World Bank as a consultant. Before joining politics, he was a professor of mathematical economics at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Swami's career started with his involvement in the Sarvodaya movement. Later, he joined the Janata Party. He was a long-time member of the Janata Party, serving as its president until 2013. He was an elected member of the parliament 5 times between 1974 and 1999. As a Lok Sabha candidate, he has represented the city of Mumbai Northeast twice, as well as the city of Madurai. He also served as a member of the Planning Commission of India and as Cabinet Minister of Commerce and Law from 1990 to 1991. As a Rajya Sabha candidate, he has represented Uttar Pradesh in the parliament. The President of India has nominated Dr. Swami to the Upper House of Parliament in 2016, where he is dedicatedly serving his 6-year term. We are honored to welcome Dr. Subramanian Swami to MIT World Peace University.
Thank you so much. Now I shall request Dr. Subramaniam Swamiji to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to be here at the MIT World Peace University, which is already extremely well known. I've come there before, and it's in a highly intellectual town called Pune, or what was earlier called Pune. And so it's a privilege for me to be here to speak to you, and also on a very challenging topic titled Overcoming the Colonial Mindset. And I think if you ask me what is the main goal of our education, what it should be, I would say the first thing is to overcome the colonial mindset, which was foisted on us by the British. And it is a cruder term would be to call it brainwashing. And we need to remove that brainwashing. We need to de-brainwash ourselves, learn many new things which are facts about our history, and build a new Indian who knows his not only the future, but he also knows the past. Now, what is a colonial mindset? So the first thing I would say is that mindset is a self-perception and beliefs that a person holds about himself or herself, and it determines his behavior and outlook and the mental attitude. Whether you're a pessimist, optimist, you're dynamic, you're passive, all these things come from what we call as the mindset. And if your mindset is weak, it doesn't matter how strong you are or how numerous you are. 1,000 goats assembled at one place, just one tiger is enough to scare them and they will run helter-skelter. Even though the tiger is only one and the goats are 1,000 of them. Or if you take the question of your strength, strength is not enough. You need a mindset. The example is a circus where 5 lions will be there inside a cage, and a thin, wiry master, who deals with lions, he will enter it, and then he'll start ordering these lions, climb on the bench, jump through the ball of fire. And each of those lions is strong enough to tear him to pieces. But they obey him, because from the time the lion is a cub, it is trained to obey this lion, this lion tamer. So therefore, the mind is very crucial, and our ancient rishis have always placed emphasis on the development of the mind. And the mindset is what was targeted by those who came here uninvited and took over the country, or at least parts of the country, like the Mughals. Mughals were much more concerned with physical assaults and looting, and the British were more sophisticated. They developed your mind to obey, like the tiger or the lion in the circus, or to have the mentality of a goat. So that was the difference. But the mindset when we became independent had not been set, because our education system was the same which was set up during the colonial period. So therefore, I would begin by telling you what is the mindset that the British instilled in you. And the famous direction for it came from a person who was called Macaulay. Macaulay was a parliamentarian, he was a nobility and all that. And on 2nd February 1835, he was asked to prescribe what should be the educational system of India. Now that we are heading towards a situation where India will no more be controlled by East India Company, but Queen Victoria herself will do it. And that happened after the first Indian independence war led by Jhansi Ki Rani, which she of course could not win because she was betrayed. And so after 1857, the British made the Queen of England as the Queen of India. And so, and then the question, of course, what in 1835, Macaulay said to the Parliament of Britain, and that I will read out. Just it's a big essay, a big speech. I'll just read out the crucial part or the motivation of setting up our educational system. What Macaulay says is, I have never found one among Indian scholars who could deny that a single shelf of a good European library was worth the whole native literature of India. And then he goes on to say, we have to educate our people who cannot at present, we have to educate a people who cannot be at present be educated by means of their mother tongue. So he targeted both the curriculum as well as the medium of the curriculum. He said, you must teach in English and you must teach European history, European morals, European ideas, and so on. And later on, Lord Cornwallis had said that we want an Indian who is brown in color, but by dress he's a Britisher, and by habits he's a Britisher, by manners he's a Britisher. But by mentality, he would be an Indian who looks up to the Britisher. So this is the mindset that maybe has got diluted after so many years, 70 or 75 years of Indian independence. But we still have not changed our educational system. And this education system, how it should be changed is the question. My view is, and because I have only 20 minutes, my view is that I will place 5 points that we need to imbibe. And our education system, which is still, we are fumbling with it, even the BJP government is fumbling with it, because there are so many different opinions, and who's a scholar, who's not a scholar. Any scholar who thinks in nationalistic terms is condemned as a Hindutva-wadi, a dangerous person, so on. And this objective scholar concept is something that plays a big role in slowing down our going to where we should be going. First is, be clear what our identity is. What did the British teach you, and what is your mindset? That we are two races, one is called Aryan and the other is called Dravidian. Now, Aryans, the Dravidians used to rule India And the Aryans came across, most of them, began with a migration from Europe and then on the way, Mesopotamia, etc., etc. And finally, they crossed the Khyber Pass or Sindh, and they came into India. And they drove the Dravidians to the south, beat them up. And so the south is full of Dravidians. They were the original race, and the Aryans who came, that's why they often call our North Indians as Indo-European stock, which is utter nonsense. Why is it utter nonsense? Because about 10 years ago, a number of universities did a DNA analysis of Indians. And that DNA analysis of Indians found that whether it is in the south of India, whether it is in the borders of Gujarat, or whether the borders of Assam, the DNA of all Indians is the same. There is no difference. There is some people point out to the color difference. That south, we have much more dark skin than in Kashmir. But that's got nothing to do with race. DNA has got nothing to do with skin color. Skin color responds to the sun's rays. And deeper south is direct sun rays, and so the pigmentation changes. And north in Kashmir and all, this cold climate, and the sun doesn't directly hit you. It comes in an angle because you're up north, and therefore the skin color is there. So that has been demolished. Anyway, DNA is now clearly established. I was very happy when the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat talked about our DNA being the same. It's true. If you look at even Muslims, they have the same DNA. Christians have the same DNA. So Indians are one people by DNA. Then this nonsense about Hindustan being, you couldn't say Sindhu, so you said Hindu, and that's how that's utter rubbish. Our scriptures show that Himalayas, and the Hindu sagas, Hindu, that Sandhi was called Hindu. And nobody even quotes it. No matter how many times I write books on it, for giving this, I don't see anybody quoting it either. I, of course, didn't invent it. I took it from one of our holy books. So, therefore, the Hindu is a people who populated this. It's not a religion. It was never meant to be a religion. And it was a set of values. And the values is all religions lead to God. There's no intellectual difference between a woman and a man. And that's why most of the important portfolios of Lord Brahma has gone to women. Finance has gone to Lakshmi, education has gone to Saraswati, and defense has gone to Parvati. And I asked somebody, did the male gods get anything from Brahma? They said yes, information broadcasting to Narad Muni. So that's about all. So, and if you read Bhagavad Gita, all these caste differences, this so-called caste, there's no such thing as caste, that's a Portuguese word. We have two identifications. One is called Varna, and the other is called Jati. Jati is only for the questions of marriage, because you should marry within your same genetic framework. And therefore, if this Jati can't marry that Jati, that kind of thing we have. But Varna is gunas. If you are a Jnani and Tyagi, you are a Brahmin. If you are a fighter for saving the country, then you are a Kshatriya. If you produce wealth for the country, you are a Vaishya. If you are a farmer, you are a Shudra. And scheduled castes were very small till the Buddhists came and later on the Muslim came. Very small community were separated, but their children were not scheduled castes. It depended on what. For instance, Valmiki was born in a Dalit family and he rose to be a Maharishi. Same thing with the other castes also. For instance, Kalidasa was a Vanavasi and he became the greatest poet we produced. Vishwamitra was a Kshatriya. He was the Rishi of Rishis. And Ved Vyasa was born of a fisherwoman. So this concept that we are different people, heterogeneous, all kinds of things, so many different languages, but all the languages have Sanskrit as base. Tamil, I remember having an argument with Karunanidhi, and I told him, your name Karunanidhi is Sanskrit. What are you talking about? They call election symbol as Chinnam, not Nishan, we say in North India. But in Tamil, we say Chinnam. Chin is Sanskrit for symbol. And what is the symbol? Rising sun. And how is it in Tamil? Udayan Suryan. Now, who can say that is Tamil? It's as much Sanskrit. So these differences, if you want to know, my final point is, if you want to know how to overcome the colonial mindset, the colonial mindset wanted to divide you, and they went about it in a very systematic manner. They wrote books on it. They ran down Sanskrit as an outdated ancient language. And today, of course, thanks to artificial intelligence, Sanskrit is coming back in a big way. And so I would say correct history, knowing that we are one people, that is our identity is one. And then the Sanskrit, by the way, is there in the Constitution. If you go and read Article 340, you will find that they say that Hindi shall be for the time being the alternative official language, but its vocabulary shall be drawn from Sanskrit. So Sanskrit is what we are, long-term aim of us is for retrieving our Indian identity once again. Then, of course, we have always maintained that the highest value is knowledge, and wealth is a little below. Defending the country is the second highest value. So the Jnani and Tyagi is the one who is the Brahmin. He can be from any family, but if he is a Jnani and a Tyagi, he is a Brahmin. If he's got valor, fights for the country, he is a Kshatriya. Like that. So the same way, I would say that we have all these divisions, they are not connected with birth, and they're in Bhagavad Gita. And then we have said one thing repeatedly, that you should in life try to balance your spiritual advancement with your material progress. You can't, in America, everybody has a one-track mind. How much money am I going to make? But in India, we value those people who give up money and become Jnanis and Tyagis, or go to defend the borders of India. But nevertheless, even if you make money, you have to give a good part of it for the development of society. And so this is the kind of perspective that we need to develop. And if the day we get the syllabus which starts telling this and inculcating it, I think you will overcome the colonial mindset. And the attempt that is now going to draw up a new education policy, I would urge the Prime Minister that he should give this the top priority. And that top priority so that we become new Indians, or new old Indians, I should say, because we are just going back to the past, but in modern terms, in modernity, with modernity, where we have not only a human being who imbibes all these cultural values, but gender equality, the care for children, the care for parents, so many things are there. All these have to be brought back, and they should be part of the school curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for such an insightful address. Now, the chat box has so many questions, but of course, I'll take up a few of them. The first question is, why are we still continuing with the colonial culture? Is it because these attitudes have been assimilated so much into our culture that they are now a part of our system?
I would give that some weightage, but not much. What happened is that English language became the language of the United States of America. And for getting a good education, people stopped the number of Indians wanting to go to Britain started dropping. And they went to the United States. And the United States teaches you pursuit of happiness is pursuit of material objectives. So there's society which is totally not based on anything else except make more money, and live well, pleasure is very important. This is the one that attracted our youth. In the meantime, the school curriculum continued with the British education. And therefore, you found that the English language, which the Americans gave it a new life, and therefore easy access to Western culture. And the second thing is the British mindset, which we acquired, the British tutored mindset, that was not changed, and it did not change in the first 70 years of our country. It's only in the last 5-6 years we have been talking about a new curriculum, a new educational system. And without changing the education system, this will not change. It's no use blaming the British, it's no use blaming our people. This is what, when you enter school and come out, when you enter college and come out, this is what you get, because this is what you're taught.
True, absolutely true, sir. There's one more question. The judges in India are still referred to as my lord, your honor. Why legacy of the British that is being continued till date? What is the reason behind?
I know at least 2 judges told me, please say sir. And our lawyers don't. Look at the gown they wear. In a hot climate, it is a murder, in my opinion. And they wear this huge gown and come to court. So what about, I have been making fun of my ministers, my BJP ministers, by saying you all look like waiters. Because our foreign minister goes abroad and is in tie and coat and so on. I say, you look like a butler or a waiter. And now, of course, fortunately, our prime minister has begun telling them, wear Indian clothes. I mean, Indian clothes are the ideal for our climate, and they are easy to pack. And I think, yes, if there's a terrific snowfall, then you wear some woolies under it. But the fact is that these mindsets that somehow you should all wear suits. Fortunately, now I see less and less marriages. People are dressed in Western clothes, particularly the male. I must compliment our women. They're still hanging on to sari in a large measure, although there are huge attempts to change it to Western dress, but still for functions and so on. So I think these are things which there is no counter culture. There was only one culture. If you want to be modern, you speak English. If you want to be modern, you go to the West. If you want to be modern, you dress like a European or a white man. This is the secret behind it.
Thank you so much, sir. So a very, very important question that most of our participants are very eager to know. The name India, do you think the name should remain India or should it be Bharat? Like, what's your opinion on this?
Well, I think, the real name for China is Zhongguo. If you go inside China, nobody will recognize if you say China, unless he knows English. This is a passing phase. Bharat is the name of our republic, and Hindustan is the name of our identity. So our nation geographically is known as Hindustan, and our country constitutionally is known as Bharat. Bharat was a king, was a great king. He was the one who said, none of my sons are qualified to be kings after me. So he got somebody from outside. He went searching in villages and forests and finally found someone who could be the king. So he is a man adarsh, as they say. He is a man of values. So we named our country as Bharat. So Bharat, but the identity of India is Hindustan. And that may take time, but we have Hindustan Petroleum. We have so many uses of Hindustan. Bharat is everywhere. Bharatiya Janata Party, Bharatiya Samajwadi Party, all that. So these are slowly coming. I mean, I was a student, the word Bharat, everybody used to giggle. If you say India, that is Bharat, we all used to giggle. I went to a convent school, so I know it. So therefore, India will not last long, but there's no need to, because the whole world knows you as India, and you can change it by using both. I don't think that is a priority item, if you ask me. Certainly, Aurangzeb's road name should be changed, or Dalhousie in Himachal, it should be renamed as Subhash Chandra Bose Nagar or something. Those are offensive people who are brutal with us. They were killed in large numbers. We can't have their name. So those are things you can change. Of course, Allahabad has been changed to Prayagraj. When Modi was chief minister in Gujarat, he wanted to change the name of Ahmedabad to Karnavati. But after becoming prime minister, he's developed cold feet. So he's not pushing that anymore. But I think some names have to be changed. But India is something that has not come from any past unsavory part of our history. It's just the Hindu became Hindi and Hindi became India. Even today, the Chinese call us Hindu. In their official records, when they write a letter, say the Prime Minister of China or President of China writes a letter to our President or Prime Minister, the word they use is Hindu. Hindu Go means country. So Hindu is the Hindu became Hindu became India. India, the Greeks made it India, but the Chinese kept it as Hindu. So I think it's okay. I mean, that I can live with for some more time. But in the end, of course, we will change it.
So I'll take up one final question. What were the reasons that the Constituent Assembly of India settled for the nomenclature of country as India, that is Bharat?
Bharat has been traditionally all through because of that king. We have always called it the land of Bharat. And so it became Bharat. But India was the current word over, as I said, the Greeks made it India. And so it was if you go to the Hindi translation, the official Indian translation, they only use Bharat. There is no India in it. So I don't think there was anything significant. There were people from the south, there were all kinds of people. Surprisingly, many Muslim members of the Constituent Assembly wanted Hindustan. And if you go to the Urdu papers, you will see India referred to as Hindustan. So we are shy to use Hindustan. But traditionally, when foreigners came from abroad, they used to call India Hindustan. But anyway, the Hindustan is still far away. But India was the one that was given to us by the Westerners, and that's what we have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I shall request Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad for an expression of gratitude towards Dr. Subramaniam Swamiji. Over to you, sir. Sir, you're on mute.
Mute. How's him?
Our Honorable Lalit Bashin Sahab, Gopala Swami, and most learned scholar and thinker, philosopher, Dr. Subramaniam Swami, our young advocate, Rutupurna Monty, and all other speakers who have spoken from their bottom of heart. I'm grateful to them for the words of wisdom They have spoken and expressed their mind, and speaking on this very important topic chosen by Professor Rahul Karad and his team. It's something very interesting and something which has to be very dear to our heart. ये जो subject है, overcoming the colonial mindset. I think this is being discussed for the last so many years, and especially all the learned people like Lalit Basir and Subramaniam Swami, or even Gopala Swami and others, they have a full understanding of the reasons behind. I don't feel like making some comments, but I have been very keen to listen to the words, the scholarly words from all these great people. I can only say it is high time for all of us, really speaking. We do understand, but possibly we do not find the solution. What should be education system is one part which can certainly make a change, but you know, everyone knows this, all these things, that how the schools are being run, how the convent schools are given the preference, why the CBSE schools are given the preference, why still this language of our own, the own language like Marathi or Telugu or Tamil or Punjabi or whatever you call it, why it is not being made compulsory now. Possibly there is some change which is taking place, but I have a sincere feeling that mother tongue has to have a highest priority. But when we make this, we may have the other languages like the mother tongue, the Hindi, one foreign language, and Sanskrit. Sanskrit has a great importance now. The Germans and many other people in the whole world have started making you realize that Sanskrit is not a language of any community or any caste, like the Brahmins. Community, this Sanskrit language, which has been a very important language of for the computers. My friend Vijay Bhatkar, who is a Param supercomputer person, who was the chairman of the CDAC in Pune University, and a very close member of our family, for making this wonderful monument, which was said and showed to you briefly. I don't want to claim any credit for making this happen. It has been evolved. It has been evolved on the very background, possibly, of the 21st century, the beginning of 21st century, possibly. And I'd like to appeal, Subramaniam Sahab, Lalit Basir Sahab, and everybody, and all my learned friends who have been here, to listen very carefully this very subject of colonial mindset and how to change it. Really speaking, I really feel very happy that Rahul could choose this very important subject, which is the need of the hour. Not that because he's my son, but possibly he has started the School of Government and many other activities. And the world over, I still remember Mr. T.N. Session. For the first time when Rahul came and started talking about the School of Government, it was T.N. Session Sahab who really said to Rahul and to me, he had asked me the meaning of what is government. When I said, sir, we would like to start this School of Government, will it be accepted by the government of India? He said, do you know what is the meaning of government? And then there was a lot of discussion on this issue. But I say still that Rahul knows it very well and his team, that it was Mr. T.N. Session who initiated this very activity. And then the journey began. Then Honorable Vice President at that time, Bhairav Singh Shekhawat Sahab came. Many other people came. And many of them become the visiting professors. What I'm telling you is not to make it some personal comments, but this very subject is dear to most of the learned scholars, thinkers, philosophers of India. And even the world community will certainly appreciate this very unique mission or a movement which has been chosen, and possibly after 75 years of history, after 47. I still remember now on this background, the words of wisdom spoken by the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda. You know it very well. I'm not to educate or train you or try to advise or preach you anything. But I, being a follower of this great noble son of India, I still remember the words of wisdom, which is said on 11th September 1893, which you know it very well. I'm not telling anything new. But that became my life mission. Fortunately, I'm very glad that I was not on the wrong path. Swami Vivekananda, when he said in 1893 in the Parliament of Religion, Chicago, the first parliament, and when he said that, friends, remember that union of science and religion / spirituality. Science, religion / spirituality. That is very important. The union of science and religion / spirituality alone will help to bring harmony and peace to mankind. We are talking of the entire mankind, the world, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. One sentence, one word, like Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. Another word, which speaks the real wisdom of what Mother India stands for. But these words were spoken by Swami Vivekananda in 1893. But you know, Subramaniam Sahib, Lalit Bhasin and आप सब लोगों को मालूम है कि वही हमारे भाई साहब ने 1897 में कहा था. 1897 में ही बयान किया गया. यही भारत के सपूत की मुख से दुनिया को बताया. And he said, after 50 years from today onwards, we were under the clutches of the British. ये colonial mindset था जिसके बारे में सुब्रमण्यम साहब आपने जिक्र किया मैकॉले का. 1835 की बात है. When he had said that we should make these Indians to forget their own culture. The great philosophy and the words of wisdom which were spoken about India, ये किसी जाति धर्म का सवाल नहीं था, लेकिन उन्होंने बोल दिया कि भाई एक ऐसा वक्त आएगा कि मेरी भारत माता after 50 years from today, 1897 at 50, it comes to 1947. And exactly the words which were spoken by Vivekananda, that time they came true, which we are experiencing. And after 75 years thereafter, a thought comes to a young man like Rahul and his team. It's a very good sign. And the World Peace University, which has been taking a mission of understanding the exact essence and philosophy of world religions, the essence and philosophy of what science stands for, essence and philosophy of what spirituality stands for. गलत फहमी मत करो, ऐसा उन्होंने विवेकानंद ने कहा है. ये अंधश्रद्धा नहीं है, ये भजन का सवाल नहीं है, किसी जाति का सवाल नहीं है. ये जो दिशा है, यही एक दिशा है कि दुनिया को सही रास्ता दिखा सकती है. Particularly on the background of the corona and the COVID epidemic which has come up, which has showed to the whole world community that there is something beyond, and which has been making all the Security Council members of the whole world, of the United Nations, to hide themselves. Where are the Security Council members today? Everybody like America or the Russia or the China or the Britain. In China, whether this Wuhan, whether this was a man-made virus or a natural one, the debate will continue. But friends, all my learned scholars today who have spoken, I sincerely feel that India has a role to play. And उसके लिए ये जो colonial mindset की बात है, उसके बारे में तो जरूर सोचना जरूरी है. हर स्कूल में, कॉलेजेस में पहली अपनी मातृभाषा का सवाल. अंग्रेजी रहने दो ना भाई, ठीक है, एक फॉरेन लैंग्वेज चाहिए और एक सीखो, कोई फ्रेंच सीखो, जर्मन सीखो, वो भी ठीक है, लेकिन संस्कृत भाषा भी देववाणी है. कंप्यूटर की सबसे बढ़िया लैंग्वेज है दुनिया का. As an engineer, being a professor of engineering, I do understand the particle physics, IT, computer, Google, artificial intelligence. You take all those names. I have gone through, unfortunately, being a Vaishnavite, being a follower of the words spoken by philosophers on Gnaneshwara. I'm saying about Gnaneshwara, I think Subramaniam Swami said about the knowledge divine. That is a very important word. Let me tell you honestly, this will be the buzzword of the future of the whole world. लेकिन भारत को आगे आना है और दुनिया को दिखाना है भाई ये कि ये जो भाषा है, The entire universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and pure consciousness. The schools of consciousness and reality are being started. I had taken a step just a few months back or a few years back that we have started a school because Schrodinger has said, and many great scientists, they have been appealing to all of us that now the time has come, let the world understand what is consciousness, what is reality, what is the ultimate reality. You may call God, you may call Ram, Rahim, or Jesus, or Buddha. Names may be any. My name is Vishwanath. But Subramaniam Sahib, आप है, हमारी बहन जी है, ललित बसिन साहब है, ये नाम तो अपने माँ बाप ने दिया है. लेकिन any other name could have been working equally and efficiently. मेरी आपको रिक्वेस्ट है कि आपने जो कहा, the role and the duty has come. It has been what is the purpose of life is the main mission. And possibly the small film which was shown to you, it's not an ego or a pride. I am not the maker. I am not the doer. I am just an instrument. निमित्त है सिर्फ. ये पता नहीं भाई, मैं तो कई छोटे से देहात से आया हूँ, फार्मा का बेटा हूँ, लेकिन वैष्णव भी हूँ और इंजीनियर भी हूँ. ये बड़ी भाग्य की बात है मेरे लिए. और इसके माध्यम से ये जो बना है, अभी जो डोम की बात हुई, इट्स अ स्पिरिचुअली ओरिएंटेड साइंटिफिक लेबोरेटरी है. वो प्रयोगशाला है भाई, कि भारतीय संस्कृति का दर्शन देता है दुनिया को. व्हाट आई सेड टू यू, एकम सत विप्रा बहुधा वदन्ति. द ट्रुथ इज वन एंड ओनली वन. Ultimate reality is one. Consciousness stands for the very being of the entire universe. So many things can be spoken, but Subramaniam Sahab, Lalit Basin Sahab, बहन जी, सारे लोग, मैं आपको अपील करूंगा. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि ये जो सब्जेक्ट चूज किया है राहुल ने, शायद it is not any particular institution. It is for the Mother India. And Mother India has to emerge. What Vivekananda has said further is that he had told the world that in the 21st century, India, he says, my Mother India, not with ego, with pride, with a sense of respect. स्वाभिमान की बात है. उसने बोल दिया है कि remember that India has to emerge as a knowledge for the whole world. ज्ञान का दालन बन के आने वाला है भारत का, और ज्ञान का दालन बन के उभर आएगा, and then it can become a विश्व गुरु. बोलने से नहीं होगा, बोलने से ऐसी बातों से नहीं बनता ये. गुरु नानक जी ने कहा है कि ये बातों से नहीं बनता ये, उसके लिए कोई ईश्वर की क्रिया होती है. साइंटिफिकली ओरिएंटेड मिशन है ये. तो मैं फ्रेंड मिस्टर विजय भटकर हो, मेनी अदर पीपल हो, मैं इतना कहूंगा कि वक्त आ गया है उसका. इसलिए आपका ये जो सब्जेक्ट चूज किया गया, गाइड करिए साहब. सुब्रमण्यम साहब, आप बड़े लोग हैं, दुनिया में आपने बड़ा काम किया है, तो आपके माध्यम से मुझे लगता है कि भारत का एक नया रूप, नया दर्शन, विश्व शांति संवाद माला हुई. विश्व शांति के माध्यम से, ये बोलने से नहीं होता है, लेकिन मुझे विश्वास है द टाइम हैज कम दैट यस, मेरी भारत माता. भारत, भा का मतलब है प्रकाश, आपको तो जानते हैं. भा स्टैंड्स फॉर प्रकाश, लाइट. एक है सूरज का प्रकाश, जो है सूर्य प्रकाश, जो सारी सृष्टि को जीवदान देता है, जीव देता है, चैतन्य देता है, वो है भारत. और वो ज्ञान में रथ, उसको भारत कहा जाता है. जीवन प्रकाश है और सूर्य प्रकाश है. सूर्य प्रकाश के साथ में जीवन प्रकाश जोड़ा जाता है, ये ज्ञान का प्रकाश है. और मैं ये कहूंगा, ये थोड़ा पढ़ के पता लगा, मैं कोई बड़ा पंडित नहीं हूं. I'm not a scholar, but I have been deeply involved as an engineer, as a man of science, man of spirituality, into these words, because I have been a great follower of the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda. Sant Jnaneshwar and Sant Tukaram have been my ideals. And let me tell you honestly that I don't have a book now, but a small booklet has come up in the last 5-6 months back after this corona problem. Because I'm afraid that the entire world is going to get a very horrifying situation. ये जो बात है, ये कोरोना की, biological weapons, chemical weapons, atomic weapons, neutron weapons, all these things, what for they are being made? I asked you a very simple, plain question, very honestly. with all the leniency, honestly, कि क्या होने वाला है. कई ऐसा मूर्ख सत्ता पे आ जाता है and he clicks from here, and one of the worst devastations, destruction of the entire planet can take place with one biological weapon. क्या हो रहा है भाई? दिशा देनी हो तो स्पिरिचुअल ओरिएंटेशन की बहुत जरूरत है भाई. जैसे सुब्रमण्यम साहब ने कहा, ललित बसिन साहब ने अपनी भाषा में कहा लॉ की, what is the rule of law? Rule of law of nature is the rule of law of life. और रूल ऑफ लाइफ जो होता है वो अपना होता है, खुद को बनाना होता है. मैं जरा ज्यादा बोल रहा हूं, लेकिन आपका सुनने के बाद ऐसे लगा कि मैं अपना मन, अपनी दिल की बात नहीं, लेकिन आत्मा की बात है. ये बॉडी है और द ब्रेन है, और ये आत्मा है और मन है. In the education system where I'm working for last 40 years, possibly we have been studying only the body and the brain, which is important, intellect. But the आत्मा और मन की बात थोड़ी बात चली गई. ये जो आत्मा, उसके बारे में, whether it is a Stanford or Oxford or MIT Boston or MIT World Peace University, we have neglected possibly this aspect of study. उसके लिए योगा की बात हो, ओम की बात हो, इसको धार्मिक कहा गया. ये धार्मिक नहीं है. It's a very scientific, logical, philosophical, essential elements of studies and the education system. उसको हमने वैल्यू बेस्ड यूनिवर्सल एजुकेशन सिस्टम कहा है. मुझे किसी ने पूछा, अरे क्या कराड़ साहब बात करते हो, कैसे यूनिवर्सल कैसे हो सकता है भाई? The geography may be different, the history may be different, the culture may be different, but the laws are universal. And for which the words which I really grateful that Subramaniam Swami, who is a very highly respected person like Lalit Basin and everybody, Gopal Swami has been a great scholar, but these words are going to help the country. हिंदुस्तान कहते हैं क्या भारत कहते हैं, लेकिन भारत ये स्वाभिमान की बात है, ये ज्ञान की दारन है, ये ज्ञान की पूजा करने वाला देश है सदियों से, और जनरेशंस टुगेदर. ये ऋषि मुनियों का देश है, सती साध्वियों का देश है, और दुनिया को ज्ञान का दालन बोल के रास्ता दिखाने का ये प्रयास है अपना. ये जो colonial mindset is one small aspect which needs to be thought over. I'm really grateful and really thankful to all the members. We meet again, but I think you may have, I keep an invitation, Subramaniam Sahab. फिर से एक बार कभी आइएगा, जरूर देखिए, लेबोरेटरी देखो. ये किसी व्यक्ति की नहीं है, ध्यान में रखो. ये मेरी या मेरी संस्था की नहीं, ये तो बनता है भाई. कहां से आप कौन थे और कहां क्या बन गए? मैं कौन था और क्या बन गया? ये कैसे बना है? तो मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, प्रार्थना करता हूं, अभिवादन करता हूं, ये दुनिया के सामने रखने का वक्त आ गया है. What is it called? Spiritually oriented scientific laboratory to prove the real state of consciousness and reality, which has been spoken by Sant Jnaneshwara 730 years back. उसकी याद तो करो, पढ़ो तो सही, देखो तो सही एजुकेशन में. ऐसी मेरी प्रार्थना है. I have spoken too long. Thank you सुब्रमण्यम साहब, ललित बसिन साहब, बहन जी, आपको सबको धन्यवाद. मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ. नमस्ते.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
I will just quickly react to respected Swami Sahab.
Sure.
Sir, this mission is continuing. You supported long back. You visited my house also, I remember, and you on this particular subject, sir, you are authority. You are a person. You are rather, carrying this flag all the time, and this is not my thought, but it is a very collective wisdom, I can say, which even our founder, my father, always he also promotes a similar thought process. What little this dome, what you see behind me, sir, this is a very unique structure, and maybe after this lockdown, little after 5-6 months, when it gets over, maybe after 1 year or so, or 8 months, 10 months down the line, we should have a proper 1 day, 2 days, some conference under your chairmanship leadership, only on this subject of colonial mindsets. and all such like-minded people of the country, because I believe that education system, we run such a huge center of education with such a large number. I mean to say, yes, there are many other players doing great work in the country, but my feeling is education. This thing can definitely change after 10, 20, 25 years down the line. The generations who will pass out from such institutions, where with the support of the government and with our ecosystem, if we develop some such syllabus and the structure and the design, the mindset will change. So with that purpose, I was sharing even the other day, even the independence, like even I said, the Britishers have given independence to us. I said, we are such a liberated country. Who are they to give us independence? I don't understand. हम कोई कुत्ते बिल्ली है, प्राणी है, पक्षी है, क्या है हम? तो इवन इंडिपेंडेंस डे के ऊपर भी मैंने राजनाथ सिंह साहब से मेरी बहुत अच्छे से चर्चा हुई. बोला इसके बारे में नेशनल डे अगर इसको बोलेंगे तो सर कैसे लगेगा? So he liked the idea. He said he will speak to Prime Minister. He will. So I don't know. You have much deeper understanding on all these subjects. I am carrying little fear in front of you to talk on such subject, but as an active citizen of this country, and what I could do little bit through this platform of MIT Group of Institutions, what my father founded. Our founder created this great vision for unification of science and spirituality. How do we unify so that we create a great ambassadors of peace through education process? So I'm really grateful, sir. I want your support and blessings for this initiative. We all love you and respect you for your relentless effort for this country. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's indeed my honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Purnima Advaniji, former chairperson, National Commission for Women. Before formally handing over the session to Madam, I shall request my technical team to relay a short film on the life and work of Dr. Purnima Advaniji. Over to my technical team.
Dr. Purnima Advani is an eminent lawyer, author, and social worker. Dr. Purnima Advani obtained her Doctor of Laws from the University of Mumbai. She has served as the chairperson of the National Commission for Women from January 2002 to January 2005. She has been nominated to the state-level committee of the Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority in 2005. She was also a member of various important task forces of Planning Commission of India and the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. She was a member of the Government of India's Committee on Judicial Reforms. She is currently a partner at the Law Point, a national law firm which she co-founded in the year 2005 along with Mr. B.N. Makhija, former Principal Advisor, Planning Commission of India. In 1997, she has authored a book titled Indian Judiciary, a tribute. Dr. Purnima Advani was honored with the Acharya Tulsi Kartitva Puraskar in 2003. We are honored to welcome Dr. Purnima Advani to MIT World Peace University.
Thank you so much. Now I shall request Dr. Purnima Advaniji to address the gathering. Over to you, Madam. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
So much. Thank you very much for the introduction, and a special thanks to the MIT media team, which has labored on this clip, which I found very well made. So thank you very much. May I pick up the threads of the previous talk? And one line which appealed to me enormously is that the universe is an outcome of consciousness. Yes, it is this consciousness which your university is creating towards a very important subject of overcoming colonial mindset. It is, in a way, quite sad and surprising that after 7.5 years of independence, we are still talking in terms of overcoming the colonial mindset, which I should have thought long back would have been established. But yes, we still have a need to sow this message very deeply into the minds of every citizen of Bharat, that there is an urgent need now. Enough is enough. We have to overcome the colonial mindset. I have been invited to this symposium and have been introduced as a lawyer. And I thought one of the things expected from me by the organizers was at least laying before you some examples of how the colonial mindset is still invading our legislative system. Take one law only, what is called the Indian Penal Code. Karat Sahab, you referred to this. Swamiji referred to it. A relic of the British colonial era and of Thomas Macaulay from 1860 onwards. Section 124, the law on sedition, where any word spoken or written or any sign or visible representation which excites or attempts to excite disaffection to the government. What is attempting? British laws, if you see the colonial regime of the lords and the masters, the terms are so wide. They are left open to interpretations which after decades have not been successfully done, but the laws still remain. What is attempt to excite? And when was this law used? The law was rampantly used by the British to go against and prosecute our national leaders, none other than Bal Gangadhar Tilak, none other than Bhagat Singh ji, Veer Savarkar ji, Mahatma Gandhi ji, for having raised slogans against the British government and wanting to establish the new Bharat. Bal Gangadhar Tilak ji was the first to be convicted under the law of sedition by a nine-judge bench, out of which 6 were the white jurors who all unanimously voted against him. And the result was his being imprisoned for 18 months under the law of sedition. Many times has this law tapped the doors of the judiciary. The Law Commission of India in 2018 said it is high time that the law of sedition must be re-looked at and amended. Put it in the words that Bharat requires. Yes, there has to be reasonable restriction on freedom of speech and expression. Please keep it within the reasonable restrictions, but it cannot be a law to just raise your dominance and high-handedness at any point of time. And this is a law which is open to such misuse and which needs to be looked at. In fact, the draft constitution had the law of sedition in the constitution itself. But the great K. Munshi moved an amendment in 1948 saying we cannot afford to have this law in the constitution. And therefore, the constitution as it was adopted on 26th of November 1949 had dropped the law of sedition. But where does it continue? It continues in the Indian Penal Code till today. It is high time. Consciousness is the thread that has created the universe. It is high time to raise this consciousness to ensure that there is an urgent need to modify the law on sedition. Similar is the law of blasphemy, which is often misused against those who exercise their right to speak, who exercise their right to expression. There cannot be any abuse of any religion. India is a pluralist country, yes. We respect all religions, yes. But it does not mean that at any time such laws should be misused. Blasphemy is still today in the Indian Penal Code in sections 295, 295A, 296. There could be reasonable restrictions, as the Constitution states, on freedom of speech and expression, but there cannot be a law to intimidate the citizens. And this is something which is extremely important. Why did the British have the laws? The British required these laws to create rift between and division between the religious communities. The more the division, the more dominance they have. We do not require them in the form of the British language anymore. Consider what is the need of Bharat, and let this also be one of the areas to relook at in the light of the learnings and teachings from Bharat and of Bharat. Where and all should I take you? But I cannot resist from raising a few more points before you. Take the very law of adultery, which has remained in our books from 1860 onwards. And what does it say? It compares a woman to an object. It says if you have intercourse with the wife of another man, against the consent or connivance of that man, you will be imprisoned for 3 years, etc., etc. I'm not going into micro details of the law. But what does it mean? A wife of another man without the consent, connivance. A similar section also says if you take an object which belongs to another man out of his possession, without his consent, without his connivance, what offense have you committed? The offense of theft. So is a woman a commodity that has to be stolen? And what happens to gender and equality that we have been talking about in empowered Bharat? The woman has no such right. If her husband goes to another woman and she has not consented, and what is this thing of consent and connivance? It is the minute spirituality comes in, the minute spirituality rules individuals, laws are going to fall in place. It is any wife who would say that I consider my body sacred. I consider this my temple. I'm not going to expose it. It is my right. But to continue with a law, the constitutionality of this law had come before the Supreme Court in 1985. And what does Justice Chandrachud say at that time? The senior Justice Chandrachud, God bless him. That it is for the legislation to decide when to amend the law. I do not have any quarrels with that proposition, but from 85 till today, the legislation is still busy deciding other things, perhaps some economic offenses, but it needs to look at the criminal law of the country, which is completely embedded in the colonial mindset. Similar example is of the law of obscenity, which again from Macaulay's times and from the British era had extremely vague terminology. If you publish anything in books, writings, paintings, sculpture, so on and so forth, which is lascivious or appeals to purine senses, or if its effect is such that it can deprave and corrupt a mind. And what did the Britishers used? They used what was called the Hicklin's test. And what was the Hicklin's test? The Hicklin's test is if this material falls in the hands of those who are open to immoral influences, into whose hands it passes. Now, whose mind is depraved? Whose mind is corrupt? It depends on how the child is brought up by the parents. If spirituality is guiding the child, if spirituality is guiding the family values, you don't need this law. I am not in favor of obscenity, but I am definitely not in favor of very loose terminologies that are remaining of the colonial regime. I say again and again, pick them up, look at them in the light of what Bharat requires, and make suitable modifications. There are 1,800 such laws which are replete and replete with the colonial mindset. The entire magnanimity of the matter is not small. It's time to look at all of them. All that I have been able to place before you, considering the 15 minutes time limit that has been given to me, is a few examples, because I wanted to cover a few more subjects. Till today, we still have the colonial remnant of punishment regime, and death penalty continues to remain in our law books. Our Law Commission of India has said, please keep death penalty for the rarest of rare cases and only for acts of terrorism. I think this is something still which needs to be looked at. You cannot keep laws which you don't implement also, which go till president's mercy petitions, 25, 30 years the matter is languishing. Relook at it. Relook at the need for it. You cannot give life to a person. You are taking away the life. Yes, where national security is concerned, terrorism is concerned, the nation's interest is concerned, Bharat's interest is concerned. No doubt about it. But it needs to be relooked at. What needs to be also relooked at is the colonial relic of what is today the Intelligence Bureau. We need to look at it from Bharat's lens. What is it that is required? This was established in 1885. And it was established by the then British Secretary of State. It continued in the same format till there were serious lapses in 1962 and 1965 with regard to the Indo-Sino War and with regard to India-Pakistan War. After which in 1968, the government decided to bifurcate it into two parts: Internal Intelligence Bureau, External Intelligence, the RAW. This needs to be deeply embedded in the intelligence culture of Bharat. It needs to be regulated by a very high level body. I understand that I am touching a very sensitive subject. In the name of regulation, there should be no over monitoring to affect either its operational efficiency or jeopardize its independent functioning. But at the same time, this is continuing since 1885 without an act of parliament, without an executive order. And the ancient wisdom of the past will have many examples, many suitable examples by which we can monitor both our external borders and internal security. Consciousness in this aspect is essential. Beyond the laws, whichever area you go into, get into the parliament. Recently, I read our Venkaiah Naidu ji had the occasion to tell a member of parliament, why are you begging to place papers at the table? Why are you begging to lay the papers on the table of the house? Please rise. You are a member of independent India. You are a member of Parliament of independent India. Please rise to place your papers at the table of the house. The judiciary is no different. My lords is the norm at every sentence. Till today, when you go to the court, you petition the court. You pray. The petition ends with prayers. Justice is not a right. Justice has to be prayed for before the lords. Take so many examples of ancient Bharat where there are stories that when a calf was injured, the cow had the right to get justice. But today, where is the right gone, even for humans to get justice? With cases languishing for years and years. I think if one looks at the backlog of cases, that itself is a startling example of injustice, where people, citizens of free Bharat, have to wait for decades and centuries, decades to get justice from the lords in the courts. There have been many voices raised against the gowns, the coats, the bands, the flowing turbans in the parliament. These are all relics of the colonial era. If you look at one, you need to look at so many. But the question arises, and this is what needs to be really looked at. where do we make a beginning? Please make a beginning with the young toddlers. Please make a beginning from kindergarten. What you tell them when they are at the age of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years is what will determine their mindset when they are 60 and 70. This is where our value systems come into the picture, and so important that they must come into the picture. This is where they see the value systems of their family, of the joint unit. We come from the land of Shravan Kumar. We don't need to be tempted by colonial luxuries, and our youngsters leave our country and go and settle abroad, leaving their parents to languish here in their old age. This has not been our culture, but this is a reality we are facing. The reality begins from the colonial mindset being ingrained into these children when they were in school. And what did we tell the children when they were in school? Jack fell down and broke his crown. Jill came tumbling after. Yes. The colonial era wanted the woman to tumble after. The woman of independent Bharat stands on her own feet. She no longer tumbles after. We have got renowned poets, saints, sages. Their teachings as nursery rhymes from that stage would make the world of a difference. While we focus on universities, let us also pay attention to our schools, right from the stage of toddlers. It is such a joy today when I take up the 10th standard, 9th standard books, which have now been amended in part, not in full. And I read Sarojini Naidu with my child at home. It gives me such a joy. But it's very, very important, therefore, to understand the requirements of Bharat and deeply weave it into the education system. When our young boy and girl graduates, the colonial era dawns. Wear the graduation robe, wear the graduation hat that was left by the Britishers. Throw it, throw it. Wear the robes that bring pride to our nation. Wear the robes which bring pride, which would bring pride to Lokmanya Tilak ji, to Veer Savarkar ji. Wear those robes and graduate. Unless this mindset, the mindset of Bharat, is not ingrained, we are going to have our youngsters being fascinated by the West and wanting to disown what is theirs and try to own what is not theirs and which will never be theirs. Their mindset may be belonging to the Western world. Their heart set has to belong to Bharat. And that is the heart which we have to invoke. Engaging with the world comes later. Engage with your children. And that's where it all begins. And how does it proceed then? You have students coming from IITs and IIMs. Karachi, as an engineer, you know what depth there is to the knowledge of engineering that Bharat has to provide. We have to upload this knowledge. We don't want to live in a download era. Please upload it. Let our Indians be so proud. Let all our citizens be so proud of our achievements that they voluntarily want to remain and serve their nation. It is only of late that I have noticed engaging with the world, Bharat engaging with the world on the plateau of equality and leadership. And today the world is looking to Bharat. Have I out of my time? There is somebody coming in. Yes, Smita, is there? Yes, anybody?
Yes, ma'am. We'll just continue for one more minute because of the paucity of time. if you don't mind, in next 1 minute.
Absolutely. I think I have said it all. I can give you more examples, but that would just be extending it. I do not intend to. I am extremely grateful, firstly, that you have picked up this subject, which is long been on the books, been on the minds, but needs to be stimulated, which needs to be incited, which needs to be embedded into the minds of every citizen. Every area needs to be looked at. The minute spirituality comes into our way of living, it becomes a way of living. There is no longer going to be the need for hierarchy, the need for dominance on not respecting those who serve us, whether it is our jawans, our domestic servants, everybody. Why is that terminology still coming in from the British era? The sirs and madams have to go. It is very important that we are all citizens of an independent Bharat based on the groundwork and fundamental principle of equality. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for such a thought-provoking speech. Now I shall request eminent speaker Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur on the digital dais.
Thank you. Before that, madam, let me,
yes.
Madam Vaniji, you spoke from your bottom of heart. It was so impressive, I must tell you. And at the policy level, our complete education system, we all need to really think, all the education ministers, the central education ministers, we all have to really think. And we as an individual NGO, charitable trust, organizations, that how do we really take this mission of, changing our mindset from this colonial to our very original, fundamental thinker sort of thing. And it will evolve. I'm very confident. And thank you so much for your participation in the future, madam. We expect your support and continuous guidance. आपने बहुत मन से, दिल से आपकी भावना रखी यहाँ पे. मुझे बहुत, we all are so excited, I must tell you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. It's my indeed honor and privilege to introduce Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha. Before formally handing over the session to Pragya Singh Thakurji, I shall request my technical team to relay a video on the life and work of Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur. Over to my technical team.
Pragya Singh Thakur, better known as Sadhvi Pragya, is a member of the Lok Sabha from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. During her college days in 1993, she joined the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad. She subsequently rose to the position of State Secretary of ABVP. With special interests in social and cultural activities, she has also worked as Rashtriya Karyakarini Sadasya, as Vistarak and as Sah-Prant Mantri in ABVP. From 1997 onwards, she worked for Rashtravadi Sena and the Hindu Jagran Manch. She was also a member of Durga Vahini, women's wing of the Bajrang Dal. She is also a founding member of Vande Mataram Jan Kalyan Samiti, which is connected to the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. She contested the 2019 Lok Sabha elections from Bhopal constituency and won her debut contest by a margin of 3,64,822 votes. She also holds special interests in poetry, sports, study of literature, and contemporary topics like national security. We are proud to have such a multi-talented and multifaceted personality with us. We are honored to welcome Sadhvi Pragya Thakur to MIT World Peace University.
Thank you so much. Now I shall request Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakurji to address the gathering. Over to you, madam.
आज पुणे की MIT संस्था के प्रमुख एवं युवा कार्याध्यक्ष श्री राहुल कराड के नेतृत्व में जो MIT स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट और भारतीय छात्र संसद के संस्थापक प्रमुख भी हैं। इस MIT संस्था के मंच पर सभी का अभिवादन है। मैं बहुत ज्यादा परिचय न देते हुए सिर्फ अपनी बात को प्रारंभ करूंगी। और मुझे आज बड़ी प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म जिस पर हम अपने भारतीय होने पर गर्व भी कर सकते हैं और भारतीयता की पृष्ठभूमि को अपने इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर रख सकते हैं। आज तक मैंने देखा कि इतने समझौते देश में होते हैं कि हम अपनी बात को कहने में असमर्थ हो जाते हैं, या फिर यदि हम कुछ कहते हैं तो उस बात पे इतना प्रोपेगेंडा होने लगता है कि सत्य छुप जाता है और असत्य उजागर रहता है। मुझे लगता है कि ये स्वतंत्रता, समय बहुत कम है, 15 मिनट का है, लेकिन मैं अपनी बात बहुत ही छोटे उस पर रखती हूँ। आज का जो ये दिवस है, मैं अपना सौभाग्य मानती हूँ कि मुझे इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर इस बात को कहने का अवसर मिल रहा है। मैं कितने वर्षों से छोटी तब से कहती चली आ रही हूँ कि अंग्रेज गए लेकिन अंग्रेजियत छोड़ गए, और अंग्रेजों ने हमारा क्या क्या बिगाड़ा। शक आए, हूण आए, यूशी आए, मुगल आए, अंग्रेज आए, जितना कुछ इन लोगों ने हमारे देश को विकृत किया है, सबसे ज्यादा अंग्रेजों ने, मुगलों ने किया है। उन्होंने हमारे शास्त्रों को जलाया है, उन्होंने हमारे जो कोषागार होता था, साहित्य से भरा हुआ हमारे मंदिर होते थे, उनको तोड़ा है। लेकिन अंग्रेजों ने तो हमारे वेदों को ही विकृत कर दिया, और जहां का साहित्य विकृत हो जाता है, वहां की पीढ़ियां और वहां का देश, वहां की संस्कृति समाप्त हो जाती है, विकृत होकर के समाप्त होती है। और आज जो हम परिदृश्य देख रहे हैं, ये परिदृश्य वास्तव में वही है कि हमारा देश विकृति की ओर जा रहा है, पाश्चात्य सभ्यता की ओर जा रहा है, और ये किसी और ने नहीं। जैसे कहा जाता है कि अंग्रेजों की शिक्षा को मैक्स मूलर ने बहुत ही अपने तरीके से उसको प्रस्तुत किया है। तो आज मैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर ये बात कहने जा रही हूँ, और ये प्लेटफॉर्म क्यों आज प्रस्तुत किया गया, उसका भी बहुत ही अच्छा प्रस्तुतिकरण है कि 15 अगस्त 1947 को भारत ब्रिटिश शासन से स्वतंत्र हुआ था। स्वतंत्रता दिवस की 75वीं वर्षगांठ को भारत सरकार आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रही है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसकी बहुत ही अच्छी योजना और बड़ी योजना बनाई है। तो आजादी के 75 साल का ये उत्सव 12 मार्च 2021 से प्रारंभ हो चुका है, और 15 अगस्त 2023 को इसका ये संपन्न होगा। इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर MIT शिक्षण समूह ने औपनिवेशिक मानसिकता से मुक्ति शीर्षक से यह कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया है, और मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहती हूँ कि क्यों हमें हमारी चीजों पर गर्व नहीं है, क्यों लोग अपने मत को छोड़ देते हैं। मेरा एक मानना है कि धर्म सिर्फ एक है, और वह धर्म है सनातन धर्म। मत और पंथ भिन्न हो सकते हैं, और मत और पंथ भिन्न भिन्न हैं, लेकिन धर्म एक ही है, जो विस्तृत विचार रखता है, जो विस्तृत सोच रखता है। तमाम साधु संतों के जो चिंतन था, शोध था, उससे जो बनाया गया है, मानव के कण कण और पंचतत्व का जो शरीर बना, इस पंचतत्व को ठीक करने के लिए, उसमें सामंजस्य बिठाने के लिए जो शोध किया गया है, और हर किसी जीव मात्र का, चाहे वह वृक्ष हो, चाहे जल हो, चाहे आकाश हो, चाहे पृथ्वी हो, चाहे अग्नि हो, इन सब में सामंजस्य बिठाना, जिससे मानवीयता का, मानव शरीर का सामंजस्य बैठ जाए, और वो इस प्रकृति को के साथ मिलकर के और अपना उत्थान करें। इतना बड़ा चिंतन ये धर्म है, ना कि किसी व्यक्ति का एक विचार धर्म हो सकता है। एक व्यक्ति का विचार धर्म नहीं हो सकता। इसलिए धर्म सिर्फ सनातन धर्म है, और यह सनातन धर्म हमें ये सिखाता है कि हम दृढ़ रहें। गीता के 3 अध्याय में लिखा हुआ है कि हमें धर्म पर अडिग रहना चाहिए और उस पर गर्व करना चाहिए। यदि हम अपने धर्म का अर्थ है अपनी मानसिकता और अपने मन को बदल लेते हैं, तो वो हमारी मृत्यु के समान है। और इसी प्रकार से मेरा ये कहना है, मैं नहीं कह रही हूँ, एक पुस्तक का विवेचन है कि लाइफ एंड लेटर्स ऑफ द राइट फ्रेडरिक मैक्स मूलर वॉल्यूम नंबर 1, इसमें आपको बताते हैं कि कैसे हमारे देश को विकृत किया गया। अंग्रेज गए लेकिन अंग्रेजियत को छोड़ गए। इसमें बहुत सारी बातें इस प्रकार से आती हैं कि जब बच्चा, पहले हमारे यहाँ 16 संस्कार हुआ करते थे, और जब बच्चा पैदा होता है तो आज की परिस्थिति से लेकर के वो 1 वर्ष का है तो जन्मदिन मनाया जाता है, उसमें मोमबत्तियां बुझाई जाती हैं। बच्चे से मोमबत्तियां बुझवाकर उस केक को काटा जाता है, जबकि हमारे यहाँ दीपक जलाकर और जितने वर्ष का बच्चा हो जाता है उतने से आरती उतारते हैं और कहते हैं, प्रभु से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि प्रभु ये बालक, ये बालिका, हमारा बच्चा तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमय की ओर जाए। हम पाश्चात्य सभ्यता की ओर इतने ज्यादा अग्रसित हो गए हैं कि हम ये भूल जाते हैं कि हमारी संस्कृति क्या है। बच्चे की परवरिश, हमारा जीवन, हमारी स्वतंत्रता को उच्छृंखलता में बदलते हुए मैं देख रही हूँ। और ये उच्छृंखलता जिस तरह से मीडिया के माध्यम से, जिस तरह से पिक्चर और फिल्मों के माध्यम से, जिस तरह से सीरियल के माध्यम से परोसी जा रही है, इससे भी अधिक हमारे जो प्रतिदिन की जो पढ़ाई है, जो हमारा अध्ययन है, जिस कक्षा में, पहली कक्षा से उससे भी नीचे जब हम आते हैं तो वहां की पढ़ाई से, वहां के संस्कारों से ये प्रारंभ हो जाता है। और हमें लज्जा आती है और हमें तकलीफ होती है, दुख होता है इस बात से कि जब भी क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज के स्कूल में एडमिशन करवाना है तो माता पिता की लाइन लगती है और दिन और रात वो लाइन में लगते हैं और वो अपना इंटरव्यू देते हैं, तब बच्चे का उसके बाद इंटरव्यू लिया जाता है। और माता पिता मेरे पास भी आते हैं कि आप भी सिफारिश कर दीजिए और मेरे बच्चे का एडमिशन हो जाए। मैंने स्पष्ट किया है कि मैं कभी किसी क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज के लिए कभी भी मैं सिफारिश नहीं करूंगी कि उनका एडमिशन वहां हो जाए, और माता पिता को समझाती हूँ। किंतु ये सुधार का एक तरीका हो सकता है, परंतु मानसिकता इस प्रकार की बनी हुई है कि जो लोग, चाहे वो नेता हो और चाहे वो कर्मशील लोग हों, हमारे देश के देशभक्त हों, परंतु वो अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाना चाहते तो क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज में। उनकी ये परिभाषा मेरी समझ में नहीं आती। एक भाषा को सीखना गलत नहीं है, परंतु हम उसमें लिप्त हो जाएं। हम अंग्रेजी गलत नहीं है भाषा सीखना, पर अंग्रेज हो जाएं, अंग्रेजी सीख लें, उससे हमें परहेज होना चाहिए, कि नहीं तो हम समाप्ति की ओर जाएंगे। मैं कुछ उद्धृत पढ़ना चाहती हूँ। इसमें मैकाले बोल रहे हैं, इस विवरण को आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं पूर्व में स्पष्ट करना आवश्यक समझती हूँ कि वैदिक ग्रंथों और प्राचीन शास्त्रों का अंग्रेजी में अनुवाद मैकाले मैक्स मूलर से करवाते हैं, और वो किसी विशेष उद्देश्य से करवाते हैं। वो भारतीयता के लिए नहीं करवाते, ना भारत की अच्छी पीढ़ी के लिए करवाते हैं। और वैदिक ग्रंथों और प्राचीन भारतीय शास्त्रों का अंग्रेजी में अनुवाद वे किसी निजी जिज्ञासा, प्रेरणा अथवा शोध के लिए नहीं कर रहे हैं, अपितु इनके लिए बाकायदा ब्रिटिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ने 15 अप्रैल 1947 को उन्हें अनुबंधित किया था कि आप हमारी मानसिकता से, अंग्रेज बनाने की मानसिकता से एक सिलेबस तैयार करिए। तो सिलेबस तो तैयार हो जाता है, लेकिन वहां हमारा जहां साहित्य विकृत किया जाता है और हमारे ग्रंथ विकृत किए जाते हैं, वो ग्रंथ हमारे, उसमें मैकाले को चालाक मस्तिष्क वाला बाघपट कहते हैं। कौन कहता है? ये मैक्स मूलर कहता है। मैक्स मूलर ने संस्कृत का अध्ययन किया और उसके बाद हमारे वेदों का जो अनुवाद अंग्रेजी में किया है, वो वेदों का अनुवाद व्यवस्था प्रकट करते हुए वे लिखते हैं कि इस मुलाकात के बाद, मैकाले से मुलाकात होती है उनकी, और वो लिखते हैं, इस मुलाकात के बाद मैं अधिक समझदार बनकर ऑक्सफोर्ड लौटा हूं। मैकाले मैक्स मूलर युति से यह स्पष्ट है कि उस दौर में भारतीय ज्ञान पुस्तकों और शिक्षा पद्धति के दृष्टिगत पैसा देकर विकृतीकरण की प्रक्रिया चल रही थी। मैक्स मूलर सहमत थे अथवा असहमत, लेकिन काम उन्हें अपने ब्रिटिश शाखाओं के मनोनुकूल करने की बाध्यता थी। और ये मैं बिल्कुल कहना चाहती हूं कि किसी की मानसिकता अपने देश से अधिक दूसरे देश के लिए नहीं हो सकती है, और ये उनकी बाध्यता भी थी क्योंकि उनको अधिक पैसे दिए जा रहे थे और मैकाले के द्वारा और ब्रिटिश शासन के द्वारा उनको हायर किया गया था। इसमें उन्होंने विकृत जो किया है, इसमें वे भारतीयों के लिए मसीहा हैं, क्योंकि भारतीय ये समझ ही नहीं पा रहे थे इन्होंने हमारे लिए अच्छा किया या बुरा किया। भारतीय उन्हें मसीहा समझते थे, परंतु उनकी मृत्यु के पश्चात 2 खंडों में उनकी पत्नी जॉर्जिया मैक्समूलर ने उनका जीवन कार्यों व पत्रों को संकलित कर प्रकाशित करवाया। कुछ उदाहरण इन्हीं खंडों से लेते हैं, लेकिन दिनांक 15/12/1966 को मैक्समूलर ने जॉर्जिया को पत्र में लिखा, ये गौर करने वाली बात है कि मेरा ऋग्वेद का यह संस्करण और वेद का अनुवाद भारत के भाग्य और लाखों भारतीयों की आत्माओं के विकास पर प्रभाव डालने वाला होगा। वेद उनके धर्म का मूल है और मूल को उन्हें दिखा देना जो कुछ उससे पिछले 3000 वर्षों में निकला है, उसको मूल सहित उखाड़ फेंकने का सर्वोत्तम तरीका है। यह पढ़कर क्या दिमाग सुन्न नहीं हो जाता कि भारतीय ग्रंथों के साथ इन विदेशियों ने क्या व्यवहार किया है। मैक्स मूलर का 16/12/1868 को भारत के लिए सेक्रेटरी ऑफ स्टेट ड्यूक ऑफ आर्गाइल को पत्र लिखा। उल्लेखनीय है कि वे लिखते हैं, एक बार भारत जीता जा चुका है, लेकिन भारत को दोबारा जीता जाना चाहिए और यह दूसरी जीत ईसाई धर्म शिक्षा के माध्यम से ही होनी चाहिए। हाल में शिक्षा के लिए काफी किया जा चुका है, लेकिन यह धनराशि दुगनी चौगनी करके मैक्समूलर को नहीं दी जा सकती क्योंकि उसकी डिमांड बढ़ गई थी। और अगले संस्करण में आता है कि उसको एक ब्रिटिश शासक ने और अधिक पैसा दे करके ये काम करवाया है। 29/1/1882 की बैराम मालवारी को लिखे पत्र में मैक्समूलर लिखते हैं, तुम वेद को एक प्राचीन ऐतिहासिक ग्रंथ के रूप में स्वीकारो, जिसमें कि एक प्राचीन और सीधे साधे चरित्र वाली जाति के लोगों के विचारों का वर्णन ये भारत के लिए कहा गया है, भारत के लोगों के लिए कहा गया है, तब तुम इसकी प्रशंसा कर सकोगे, इसमें से कुछ को स्वीकार करने के योग्य हो सकोगे, विशेषकर आज के युग में भी उपनिषदों की शिक्षाओं को। लेकिन तुम इसमें ढूंढो भाव के इंजन और बिजली, यूरोपीय दर्शन और नैतिकता, तुम इसके सच्चे स्वरूप को इससे अलग कर दो, तुम इसके वास्तविक मूल्यों को नष्ट कर दो और तुम इसकी ऐतिहासिक निरंतरता को नष्ट भ्रष्ट कर दो, जो कि वर्तमान को इसके अतीत से जोड़ती चली आ रही है। यानी हमारी जो संस्कृति चली आ रही है, हमारे जो वेद शास्त्र चले आ रहे हैं, इससे इनको अलग कर दो। ये इनकी एक मानसिकता थी और हम उसके अनुगामी हैं। मदर टेरेसा को मदर कहा जाता है, क्यों? हमारे यहाँ माता को माता कहा जाता है, उनके यहाँ मदर कहा जाता है, उसको भारत की माता मान लिया गया, किसी को पिता मान लिया जाता है। लेकिन भारत क्या है ये किसी ने जानने का प्रयास नहीं किया, और जिन्होंने जानने का प्रयास किया उनको नष्ट और भ्रष्ट कर दिया जाता है। आज की परिस्थिति में भी अगर देखा जाए कि हमारे जितने भी लोग भारतीय संस्कृति की ओर चलते हैं, संस्कृत विद्यालय और महाविद्यालय अगर हम खोलते हैं तो संस्कृत विद्यालय और महाविद्यालयों को जिस प्रकार से उनकी हीन भावना से ग्रस्त होकर इन कांग्रेसी सरकार ने, मैं किसी सरकार की तारीफ और बुराई करने के लिए नहीं खड़ी हुई, ये प्लेटफॉर्म हमारे देशभक्ति के लिए है इसलिए, परंतु जिन्होंने हमारे देश को विकृत करने का प्रयास किया है और विकृत किया है, हम उसके लिए दुखी हैं। और ये बात हम हमेशा कहते रहेंगे कि शिक्षा ही एक ऐसा माध्यम है जिससे कि व्यक्ति को बदला जा सकता है। और लॉर्ड मैकाले ने कहा था कि ऐसी शिक्षा का ये उदाहरण तैयार करो कि ये दिल से तो भारतीय, बाहर से तो भारतीय लगे, लेकिन दिल से ये, और वास्तव में हम जब जो शास्त्र और वेद पढ़ते हैं ये विकृत किए गए हैं और विकृति हमारे जीवन में इस तरह से प्रचलित हो गई है कि हम माँ को मॉम और पिता को डैड कहने लगे, जहां इनके अर्थ अगर देखे वो मृत्यु होते हैं। परंतु हम जीवन की ओर बढ़ते हैं, यदि हम देश की बात करते हैं तो वामपंथी लोग हम पर कुठाराघात करते हैं, और वो इसलिए करते हैं क्योंकि ये वो उनके शास्त्रों को पढ़ करके अपने जीवन में उतारते हैं और कहते हैं ये देश हमारा, हम भारत माता कहते हैं, वो भारत माता नहीं कहते हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने इस भारत को सिर्फ भूमि माना है और मैंने इस भारत को मातृभूमि माना है, और इस भारत को हमने अपनी माता कहा है। हम जिस प्रकार से अपनी माँ से अलग नहीं हो सकते, इस प्रकार से इस देश से हम अलग नहीं हो सकते। परंतु हमें हमारी पीढ़ी को सुधारने के लिए, समय बहुत कम है, हमें हमारी पीढ़ी को सुधारने के लिए जितने भी प्रयास हो सकते हैं हमें करना चाहिए। आपकी जितनी संस्थाएं हैं, मैंने उसके बारे में जाना, थोड़ा भी जाना है, लेकिन जितना जाना है वो पर्याप्त है हमारे लिए। और ये मैं कह रही हूँ कि आप जितने प्लेटफॉर्म पर इन चीजों को लाएंगे, मैं आपके साथ हूं। और दूसरी बात कि हम जिस प्रकार से अपने जीवन दिनचर्या में इन चीजों को सम्मिलित करेंगे कि और हम शपथ दिलवाएंगे अपने भारतीय संस्कृति के अनुसार हम अपने जीवन को जिएंगे, भारतीय संस्कृति के अनुसार हम अपने को ढाल लेंगे, तो मुझे लगता है कि जो चीजें हमें नहीं देखनी चाहिए वो चीजें हमें वास्तव में विकृत दिखाई देंगी और हम उनके लिए संघर्ष करेंगे। एक समय होता है कि जब विदेशी हमारे ऊपर आक्रमण करते हैं, विदेशी चले जाते हैं, लेकिन हमारे देश में वो जिस प्रकार से रक्त को, जिस प्रकार से हमारे डीएनए को दुष्कृत विकृत कर देते हैं, जिस प्रकार से अशुद्ध कर देते हैं, वर्ण संकर पैदा हो जाते हैं और वो वर्ण संकर हमारे देश को हमेशा हानि पहुंचाते रहते हैं, आज भी वो चीज हम यहाँ देखते हैं। हमारे भारत, आप मुझे समय का बता दीजिए कि समय कब खत्म हो रहा है, 1 मिनट पहले मुझे बता दीजिए। मैं बहुत कुछ नहीं कहूंगी, भारत जब परतंत्र था उस परतंत्र भारत में हमने जो झेला वो मुझे समझ में आता है, लेकिन आग्रह आपका है कि कुछ अंश आप मुझे बताइए कि मेरे जीवन में क्या बीता। तो मैं बताती हूँ आपको कि मैंने सदैव से, मेरे मस्तिष्क में ये अंग्रेजी भाषा नहीं आती थी क्योंकि मैंने अंग्रेजियत से परहेज किया है, इसलिए अंग्रेजी भाषा मुझे पचती नहीं है, परंतु मैं अंग्रेजी बोलती भी हूँ, सीखती भी हूँ, जानती भी हूँ, पढ़ती भी हूँ, परंतु अंग्रेजियत कभी भी अगर हमारे अंदर घुस जाती है तो मुझे लगता है कि हम बदल जाते हैं और हम अपने धर्म से च्युत हो जाते हैं। और ये सब करने के लिए हमारे पिताजी ने हमें ये सब करना नहीं सिखाया है और उन्होंने हमें भारतीय संस्कृति में, हमारे भारतीय परिवेश में मैं जीवन जिया है मैंने। इसलिए जब मैंने देशभक्ति की ओर बढ़ती हूँ और मध्य प्रदेश का व्यक्ति जो यहाँ पहले मुख्यमंत्री हुआ करता था और वो व्यक्ति एक षड्यंत्र रचता है और रच करके महाराष्ट्र तक पहुंचता है और महाराष्ट्र में रच करके, और उन्होंने एक भगवा, यदि भगवा का अर्थ है कि धर्म ध्वजा और धर्म गुरु को अगर बदल देते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि सारा देश हमारा हो जाएगा। तो उन्होंने भगवा को आतंकवाद कह दिया। हिंदुत्व जो सदैव कहता है कि वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, हिंदुत्व कभी नहीं कहता है कि तुम अपने मत को नहीं मानो, तुम हमारे मत को मानो, कभी नहीं कहता। हिंदुत्व हमेशा ये कहता है कि सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःख भाग् भवेत्। सब कोई सुखी रहे, कोई भी दुख का भागी ना हो, इस प्रकार की भावना, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना रखने वाला भारत देश की हिंदुत्व जो है उसको बदनाम करने का प्रयास किया और विश्व में उसको, भगवा को और हिंदुत्व को आतंकवाद के स्थापित करने का जो प्रयास किया उसमें उन्होंने 3 पीढ़ियों को लिया, 3 तत्वों को लिया। एक लिया भगवा को, सन्यासी को और सैनिक को। तो हमारी संस्कृति को, हमारे सन्यासियों को और सैनिकों को, इन 3 श्रेणी के लोगों को लेकर के उन्होंने भगवा को और हिंदुत्व को आतंकवाद देश घोषित करने के लिए सर्वप्रथम मुझे षड्यंत्र में फंसाकर।
Just like to interrupt you a bit because we are seriously running out of time and we have too many questions that are lined up, and I really don't want to deprive the attendees of the questions. One of the question that has come up is to what
हिंदी में बोलिए आप।
किस हद तक हिंदुत्व को यूरोपियन ने इन्वेंट किया है, लाइक व्हाट इज, आपका क्या मत है उसके ऊपर?
हाँ, मेरा मत है कि शिक्षा के द्वारा, अपने व्यवहार के द्वारा लोगों को एक गुलाम मानसिकता का बना करके रख दिया है। शिक्षा बदलने से हमारा पूरा जीवन बदल।
मैम, आपके कनेक्टिविटी में शायद कुछ इशू है।
Hold on for a minute.
Yes, ma'am. Hello. मैम आपके कनेक्शन में कुछ प्रॉब्लम था, आप म्यूट पे है, तो कृपा करके अगर आप आपका जवाब रखें तो।
अभी आया? यहाँ से आवाज खुली है, माइक चालू है।
मैम आपके कनेक्शन में आई थिंक कुछ प्रॉब्लम है। मैम आर वी ऑडिबल टू यू?
हाँ, आपको आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
हाँ अभी आ रही है। हाँ मैम आप कुछ कह रहे थे, तो उसके साथ हम
मैंने कितना कहा मुझे पता नहीं है, आपने कितना सुना ये मुझे जानकारी नहीं है।
ओके मैम, अपना ठीक है, हम एक और सवाल पूछ लेते हैं।
अच्छा,
जो जाति है, मतलब विच इज लाइक द एसेंस ऑफ इंडियन सोसाइटी, तो
हिंदी
ब्रिटिश के
हिंदी बोलिए।
भारतीय समाज का जो एक एसेंस का मुझे हिंदी नहीं आता है मैम। सो ब्रिटिश के आने के बाद वो थोड़ा सा चेंज हो गया है, थोड़ा सा बदल गया था, तो आपका क्या मत है उसके ऊपर?
जातिवाद की बात कर रहे हैं आप?
हाँ,
जो हमारे यहाँ वर्ग प्रथा थी उसकी बात कर रहे हैं?
जी महाशया।
क्षत्रिय, ब्राह्मण, क्षत्रिय, वैश्य और शूद्र, इन विषय में बोल रहे हैं? हाँ
जी,
अंग्रेजों ने इसको बहुत प्रभावित किया है, क्योंकि हमारे धर्म के अनुसार कर्म के आधार पर उनको उस तरह से काम के आधार पर लिया था। जैसे जिन लोगों का मस्तिष्क तीव्र होता है, तीक्ष्ण बुद्धि होती है, तो अच्छी स्मृति होती है, उनको ब्राह्मण और शास्त्र का काम दिया गया था। क्षत्रिय जो वीरता रखते थे, जो बहुत ज्यादा सोचने समझने का नहीं, लेकिन देश के लिए लड़ने और राज्य के लिए युद्ध करने का जो मनोबल रखते थे, उनको क्षत्रिय कहा जाता था। जो वैश्य, जो व्यवसाय, जो गणित में होशियार होता था, उनको वैश्य कहा गया, और जो सेवा का कार्य करते थे उनको शूद्र कहा गया। ये कर्म के आधार पर विभाजन किया था, किंतु अंग्रेजों ने इसको भी विकृत किया है, और फूट डालो शासन करो, ये नीति अंग्रेजों की ही है, और उन्होंने इसका लाभ उठा करके हमारे देश को, देश में ही हिंदू जो है उनको विभाजित किया है, एक दूसरे से लड़ाया है, और उसके बाद शासन किया है। और यदि हिंदू एक हो जाता तो वास्तव में भारत पर कोई भी शासन नहीं कर सकता था। और इसलिए जो वर्ग भेद है आज भी हमारे देश में पनप रहा है। जो वर्ग भेद है वो आज भी हमारे देश में पनप रहा है, और बहुत ज्यादा विकृत होता चला जा रहा है। इसके लिए हम सबको तैयार होना पड़ेगा कि वर्ग भेद में किसी भी प्रकार से जाति में भेद ना करके हम एक दूसरे के सहयोगी, सामाजिक समरसता का भाव लेकर के आगे बढ़ें, और अपने देश को एकजुट रखें, अपने देश के लोगों को एक बना करके हम देशभक्त तैयार करें, और वामपंथी जो विचारधारा है, देश विरोधी विचारधाराओं को नकारें, और हम अपने देश पर गर्व करें। देश विरोधी बात करने वालों को दंड का विधान होना ही चाहिए।
है दिल से आपका शुक्रिया। नाउ मे आई प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट रेवर्ड प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ डी कराट to express gratitude to Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur. I think there's some technical glitch. I think there's some technical glitch because of which Sir is unable to join the session. Thank you so much, madam. Now I shall request, I'll introduce Dr. Kumar Saptarshi, who is the founder president of Yuva Kranti Dal, Maharashtra President, Maharashtra Gandhi Smarak Nidhi, editor of Satyagraha Ideology and former MLA of Maharashtra, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
He has little technical glitches. We are connected to him.
Sure, ma'am.
मैडम प्रज्ञा जी, बहुत अच्छा बात किया आपने। एक बार आप हमारे कैंपस में आ जाइए। लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू हैव यू इन द कैंपस। मैडम अनुराधा पराशर, आप ग्रेजुएट एक्सप्रेस करेंगे हिंदी में मैडम को?
तो साध्वी प्रज्ञा सिंह ठाकुर मैडम ने जो अभी अपने जो शब्द से हम सबको संबोधित किया, उसके लिए हार्दिक धन्यवाद मैडम, हार्दिक अभिनंदन। आपने काफी सहज तरीके से, बहुत ही सरस तरीके से, जिस तरह से वर्णा सिस्टम, कास्ट सिस्टम और हमें आगे कैसे बढ़ना चाहिए, इस कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट को किस तरह से हमें अग्रसर होना चाहिए, वो जो पाथ आपने बताया, जो पथ बताया, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स, हमारे विद्यार्थी इससे काफी प्रेरित हुए होंगे और वो इस प्रेरणा को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बहुत सहृदय धन्यवाद व हार्दिक अभिनंदन मैडम का।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think the technical glitch still persists, because of which sir is unable to log in. So our technical team are doing their best to get the issue resolved. I just request the participants, I'm sure you will not be deprived of a thoughtful deliberation that is going to take place with the next speaker as well. But kindly bear with us because of the technical glitch that we are suffering.
There is little problem with the audio connection from his office. He'll be joining in probably a minute or two. Request each one of you to hold on till that particular time. I would like to communicate to you all that the exhibition, which is open in the campus in MIT World Peace University, I request each one of you to visit. Of course, with the COVID protocol, that's something which we expect you to follow that. With that COVID protocol, please visit our campus, and the exhibition is open. You will find a lot of things like this, which we are speaking today, as a part of the exhibition or so, many times we always say, or the one which we are talking about now, that India, why should we call India as India? Why don't we call this as Bharat? Or we have seen Ayurveda. Now we have seen the English medicine. So why don't we make it more Indian? By more Indian, I never mean that it has to be. Just give me a second. So by Indian, we never mean, like वो स्वदेशी ये करो और English बात मत करो, वो नहीं हम बोलना चाहते हैं. But possibly ये जो Independence Day जो हम celebrate करते हैं, और Indianness जो हमारे youngsters जो है उनके मन में लेके आने का एक हमारा ये जो इरादा है. राहुल कराड़ सर ने मैडम प्रज्ञा जी आपको ग्रेटिट्यूड दिया है. he had to go for some urgent meeting. उनको एक urgent meeting में जाना पड़ा, इसीलिए he was here. अभी 1 मिनट पहले, आपके बात करने के 1 मिनट पहले उनको जाना पड़ा. तो उन्होंने उनका regards आपको भेजा है. The way I said, please come to the campus once. पुणे में आप एक बार आ जाइए. And School of Government जो है, this one of the first school in India to polish the एस्पिरेंट पॉलिटिशियंस, जो पॉलिटिशियन बनना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए जो स्कूल हमने ओपन किया है। 15 साल से ये जो प्रयास चल रही है, आप एक बार आके हमारा बच्चों से बात करके जाइए, वो मेरी नम्र विनती है। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर टेकिंग आउट द टाइम। थैंक यू सो मच।
I think Sir tried to log in, but he's unable to connect to his audio. He once again tried.
I think he's connected now, audio also.
Hey.
Hello. I know.
Yeah, I think he's connected now. Sir, आपको unmute करना पड़ेगा।
Mute. Yeah.
Yeah, you're audible now.
Okay. Now Dr. Kumar Saptarshi speaks here.
Okay. मॅडम तुम्ही व्हिडिओ ऑन करू शकता प्लीज?
केला होता मी आधी.
हाँ, आधी केले होते, बट आता बंद असेल.
Okay. See?
हाँ.
Now he's on. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor Basu. Please go ahead.
आपण हे ऐकू आलं पाहिजे मला.
येते ना.
कुमार.
नमस्कार.
नमस्कार. Welcome.
Madam Basu, you are on mute.
Before formally handing over the session to Sir, I take Sir's permission for a formal introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce Dr. Kumar Saptarshi ji, the founder president of Yuva Kranti Dal, Maharashtra President, Maharashtra Gandhi Smarak Nidhi, editor of Satyagrahi Ideology, and former MLA of Maharashtra. I now formally hand over the session to Sir. Before handing over the session to Sir, I request my technical team to play a video on the life and work of Dr. Kumar Saptarshi.
Dr. Kumar Saptarshi is an eminent social leader, writer, and founder of a renowned youth organization named Yuva Kranti Dal. Dr. Saptarshi pursued his BA from SP College, Pune, and then completed his MBBS from BJ Medical College, Pune. Afterwards, he decided to dedicate his life to social service. In 1967, he ran a relief center for drought victims in Rajauli village, Gaya district, under the leadership of Jaiprakash Narayan. He also organized a 15-day Shram Sanskar camp for youth under the leadership of late Baba Amte in the forest of Somnath. Yuva Kranti Dal was established in November 1967. He was jailed for 3 months during the emergency for protesting against the state high-handedness during that period. On August 9, 1977, he joined Janata Party under the leadership of Mr. Chandrasekhar. He got elected as MLA from Ahmednagar city in 1978 on behalf of Janata Party. He has led as well as taken part in many socio-political movements, such as Sholapur Medical College capitation fee opposition, B.Ed College Students Movement in Malegaon, Aghav Training College Students Movement in Dhule, and Marathwada Vikas Movement. Currently, he is the president of Maharashtra Gandhi Smarak Nidhi and an editor of a magazine named Satyagrahi Vichardhara. We are honored to welcome Dr. Kumar Saptarshi to MIT World Peace University.
Thank you so much. Now I shall request Dr. Kumar Saptarshi ji to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
हेलो, सबको प्रणाम. मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा, चलेगा ना?
चलेगा सर.
हाँ, देखो ये जो चल रहा है कि नेशन बिल्डिंग कैसे करना है, इसके बारे में दो राय पहले से थी कि इसको अगर हम भूतकाल में लेके जाएंगे तो वैसा हिंदू राष्ट्र बनेगा, एक ऐसी विचारधारा थी. और महात्मा गांधी जी, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू, इनकी धारा थी कि इस भूमि पर आधुनिक राष्ट्र कभी नहीं था. देयर वाज नो मॉडर्न इंडिया जिसको सारे देश सोवेरिटी इसके मानते हैं, ऐसा कोई राष्ट्र नहीं था। एक कानून, एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। तो ये जो हम बना रहे, दिस इज अ ट्विस्ट विथ फ्यूचर। फ्यूचर में हम बनाएंगे, इसलिए नेशन बिल्डिंग जरूरी है। तो उसके दो रास्ते, पूरा फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल है, तो इट इज ए ब्रेकअप फ्रॉम द पास्ट, और उसका फॉर्मुलेशन हुआ है वो राज्य घटना में। तो इसके पीछे जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। आजकल ये चल रहा है कि पीछे जाएंगे तब राष्ट्र बनेगा, और हम मानते हैं कि अगर भारतीय नागरिकों के अंदर समानता होगी, बंधुत्व होगा, तभी ये राष्ट्र बनेगा। इसलिए यहाँ तो सारे मजहब है, दुनिया के जितने मजहब है उतने भारत में है। तो हमारे पूर्वज लोग सहनशील थे एक दूसरे के प्रति, तो वो हम ले सकते पास से। लेकिन आगे चलना है तो ये स्टेट का कोई रिलीजन नहीं होगा, और हर एक को अपना अपना रिलीजन उसका संभाल करने का, उसकी पूजा अर्चा करने का अधिकार होगा। इसमें ये अधिकार इंडिविजुअल को मिला है, ना किसी जात को या धर्म को स्वातंत्र नहीं है। ये स्वातंत्र जो है, आजादी जो है, वो इंडिविजुअल का। अगर वो चाहता है कि मुझे फलाना धर्म चाहिए तो घर में कर सकता है वो, लेकिन बाहर घर के बाहर, मकान के बाहर आप आएंगे तब हम तो सारे भारतीय बनेंगे, सिटीजन बनेंगे, और एक दूसरे के बंधु होंगे। और स्त्री पुरुष समानता, ये तो कभी भी हमने महसूस नहीं की। पुराने भारत में कभी स्त्री, किसी के कौन सा भी मजहब हो, लेकिन उसमें महिलाओं को आजादी नहीं थी, ये तो सारा पुरुष प्रधान व्यवहार था। तो भारतीय राज्य घटना ने पहली बार ये किया है कि सारे नागरिक समान होंगे और स्त्री पुरुष समान होंगे। तो आगे ही जाना पड़ेगा, भविष्य के साथ जाना पड़ेगा, लेकिन वो नेशन बिल्डिंग होना चाहिए। बर्डन का पास बहुत है, तो पीछे कैसे जाएंगे? पीछे जाएंगे तो 750 राजा बादशाह वगैरह थे, स्त्री पुरुष समानता नहीं थी, कोई नागरिक किसी दूसरे नागरिक से ऊंचा नीचा ये था, कोई भी आजाद नहीं था, कोई भी इक्वल नहीं था। तो वो नहीं चलेगा। रास्ता एक ही है, आगे जाना है। आगे जल्दी कैसे जा सकते हैं ये देखना है हमें। तो ये हमारी सोच है। तो पुराने भारत का क्या मतलब है? पुराने भारत के पास जाना, राम मंदिर करना, गाय को पवित्र मानना, आदमी को पवित्र नहीं मानना, ये कहाँ से होगा? हम तो तालिबानी हो जाएंगे आखिर, और यहाँ सिविल वॉर होगा, और उसके बाद टुकड़े होंगे देश के, अगर हम मजहब का आधार लेंगे। पाकिस्तान का देख रहे हैं ना, एक मजहब लिया था, फिर भी उनके दो देश हो गए। तो मजहब यूनिटी का कोई एश्योरेंस हो नहीं सकता। एक मजहब के लोग भी झगड़ते एक दूसरे से। तालिबान में भी कितने फैक्शन है, तो वायलेंस है, इसलिए वो तालिबानी है। और हम लोग जात से झगड़ते, इतना ही है फर्क कि हमारे पास बंदूकें नहीं है, लेकिन आज नहीं है, कल आ जाएगी। तो इसीलिए रास्ता सही होना चाहिए, और वो फ्यूचर का रास्ता है, और सारा उसका निर्देशन राज्य घटनाओं में लिखित रूप से किया है, तो उसी को ही मानना पड़ेगा। फिर उसके बाद बात हो सकती है। उसके कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के या फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल के पीछे जाना हम लोगों को मंजूर नहीं है। ठीक है, मेरा हो गया निवेदन।
थैंक यू.
कराड सर आहेत का विचारात इथं? कराड सरांना. सर कराड सर, तुम्हाला सरांशी काही बोलायचं?
नमस्कार कुमार.
हा, नमस्कार.
मी खरं म्हणजे तुमच्याकडून आणखीन काही 5-10 मिनिटं तुम्ही बोलावं असं वाटत होतं. तुम्ही थोडक्यामध्ये तुमचं मनोगत व्यक्त केलं. धर्मभेद, जातीभेद हा विषय कोणालाच मान्य नाही. आता तालिबानचा तुम्ही उल्लेख केला. संपूर्ण जगभर जी सध्याची स्थिती आहे, करोडोंच्यामुळं संपूर्ण जग कोंडून घेतलं आपण सर्वांनी. घरातच आहात, मी घरातच आहे. सर्व मगाशी मी बोलून गेलो की जगभरचे सर्व सिक्युरिटी काउन्सिल मेंबर्स लपून बसलेत. अशा लपून बसलेत. मी पुन्हा शब्द वापरतो की दे हॅव बीन हायडिंग देमसेल्व्स इन देअर हाऊसेस. नो वन, कोणीही एक माईचा लाल छाती ठोकपणे बाहेर येऊन की मी करोनाच्या समोर जायची माझी तयारी आहे, हिंमत आहे. बायोलॉजिकल वेपन्स, केमिकल वेपन्स हा एक विषय आहे. पण समजा माझ्या मनात मागाशी विचाराला शहाबुद्दीन पठाण, एस.एन. पठाणचं मागे बोलणं झालं. त्यांनी सांगितलं की तालिबानमध्ये किंवा अफगाणिस्तानमध्ये, काबूलमध्ये काय चाललंय आता सध्याच्याला, त्याची आधी आयसिस होतं, बाकीचं आहे गोष्टी. तर याच्यामध्ये एका माणसाच्या हातात जर समजा असं काही शस्त्र पडलं आणि त्याने फक्त घरात बसून बटन दाबलं तर काय होईल, असा विषय आहे. राम रहीम सेतू पासून सर्व कामं आपण करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. डायलॉग, अमुक तमुक सगळ्या गोष्टी आपण बोलतोय. भारतामध्ये महात्मा गांधी आणि गौतम बुद्धाचा संदेश हाच जगाला दिशा देऊ शकतो याची प्रचिती आपल्याला आली आहे. मग इथं कुठले जात पात असा विषय येत नाही, कुठला पक्ष हा विषय येऊ नये. कारण का भारताचं ते ब्रीदच नाही कुमार. खरं म्हणजे तुमच्या जीवनभर तुम्ही याच्याकरता साधना केली आहे.
बरोबर.
युवक क्रांती दल असो किंवा त्याच्या पुढचं जीवनातलं तुमचा जे मार्ग होता किंवा आहे, आणि आता तुम्ही महात्मा गांधी स्मारक निधीचे अध्यक्ष आहात,
ज्याचे आपण एक ट्रस्टी आहात.
नाही ठीक आहे, विश्वस्त आहे, चांगली गोष्ट आहे. पण काम करणारे तुम्ही आहात. माझा महत्वाचा मुद्दा असा आहे कुमार की जगाने याचं चिंतन करण्याची वेळ आली. आता हा जो विषय घेतलाय राहुल आणि त्याच्या सर्व सहकार्याने, मला फार बरं वाटलं. 15 ऑगस्टला हे बोललं गेलं होतं की 75 वर्ष झाली, आता याला इंडिपेंडन्स डे म्हणावं का आणखीन काहीतरी नेशन बिल्डिंग डे म्हणावं, राष्ट्र दिन म्हणावं, हा एक विचार राहुलच्या मनात आला. मला फार बरं वाटलं आज की हा विषय घेऊन चर्चा चालू आहे. आणि नकळत तुम्हालाही माहित आहे की आंबेडकर असतील किंवा आमचे महात्मा गांधी किंवा कोण इंग्रजी शाळेत शिकले व्हायचे ते, मला तर नाही बा, मला तर आमची गावठी शाळा खेड्यातली, तुम्ही कुठं होता तुम्हाला माहित आहे. पण इंग्रजी येऊच नाही बघूच नाही असं आपण म्हणत नाही. पण मी पुन्हा सांगतो की बघाशी सर्वांची चर्चा झाली की मातृभाषा ही कंपल्सरी. आता कॉन्व्हेंट स्कूल असले तरी कॉन्व्हेंट स्कूलमध्ये सध्या सीबीएसईचे किंवा बाकीचे कॉन्व्हेंट स्कूल जे आहेत तिथं मुलींनी बांगडी घालायची नाही, मुलींनी टिकली लावायची नाही, भारतीय साडी नेसायची नाही, ती पाश्चात्य पद्धतीची नेसायची असे कंपल्शन्स आहेत. पण सरकार बोलतच नाही. वास्तविक खरं पाहिलं तर एवढं तरी कमीत कमी की भारतीय वेशभूषेमधला काही भाग जो आहे ज्याला आपण एक भारतीय संस्कृतीचा भाग म्हणतो. आता कुंकू लावावं का नाही, मंगळसूत्र घालावं का नाही, बांगडी घालावी का नाही, कदाचित काही लोकांचे वाद होऊ शकतील. पण हे होण्याचं कारण नाही ना. मी आता अमेरिकेत गेलो तरी समजा धोतर आणि नेहरू शर्ट मध्ये जाऊन उभं राहतो, मला काही थंडी वाजत नाही असं म्हणलं तरी चालेल. पण महत्वाचा मुद्दा की कुमार याच्याबद्दल तुमच्यासारख्याने आता खरा युवक क्रांती दल करायला पाहिजे. तुम्ही सरकारला हे सांगायला पाहिजे की सगळ्या शाळांच्या मध्ये पहिलं तामिळनाडू असेल तर तमिळ, केरळ असेल तर कन्नड, केरळ असेल तर मल्याळम, इकडं आपलं महाराष्ट्रातलं मराठी हा विषय कंपल्सरी. आणि मग दुसरी भाषा असेल इंग्रजी, येस विषय आहे, संस्कृत विषय किंवा तसा पॅरलल विषय असावा. आणि सगळ्यात महत्वाची गोष्ट कुमार की आपण बघतोय आता आपलं तर आता 70-80 वर्षाच्या वयात आलो आपण, जन्मभर पाहिलं आपण, संस्कृत ही ब्राह्मणांची भाषा म्हणू नका नाव, ही देव भाषा म्हणत असताना कॉम्प्युटरची सर्वात उत्तम भाषा मी बोललो ते तुमच्या समोर सांगतो. कारण का तुम्ही क्रांतिकारक आहात. तुमच्यासारख्याने अजूनही मार्गदर्शन करावं. आणि आपल्या पिढीला आपल्या संस्कृतीची लाज वाटते. आणि तुमचं आमचं तर हा विषय महत्वाचा विषय की याला टाळकोटे म्हटलं गेलं. ईश्वर आहे का नाही, कॉन्शियसनेस बघायची बरीच चर्चा झाली की आता सिद्ध झालंय. ज्ञानेश्वरांनी हे सिद्ध केलं 730 वर्षापूर्वी. आणि मी कुमार तुमच्याकरता सांगतो, तुमच्या माझ्या विचारामध्ये कदाचित काही भेद असतील पण लिहून ठेवा. हे वर्ड्स हे आईन्स्टाईनचे शब्द आहेत, माझे नाही. ज्ञानेश्वरांचे 730 वर्षापूर्वी उच्चारलेले शब्द हे तुम्ही आता वेबवर तुम्ही कुठं बसलाय मला माहित नाही, मी इथं बसलो माझ्या राजबागेमध्ये,
घरी बसतोय.
घरी बसलाय, पण तू आता माझ्याशी बोलताय. How this mechanism has been possible? What is the body mechanism? What is the human mechanism? आणि आता तरी कमीत कमी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजन्स, गुगल किंवा आता वेब जो चाललाय तुमचा माझा, किंवा व्हर्च्युअल रियालिटी, ऑगमेंटल रियालिटी, नवीन शब्द येऊन राहिले, पण ही सिद्धता आहे ना हो, की ती अद्भुत अशी कुठलीतरी शक्ती आहे ज्याला ईश्वर म्हणतात. कुणी राम म्हणतो, कुणी रहीम म्हणतो, कुणी जीसस म्हणतो, कुणी बुद्धा म्हणतो, आणि कुणी कुमार म्हणतो, नाही तर कुणी विश्वनाथ म्हणतो. याच्याने तरी ही सिद्धता झाली. विनंती तुम्हाला की तुमच्यासारखे क्रांतिकारक द्रष्टे जाणकार मंडळींनी या सायंटिफिक विजन घ्यावे. हे जे स्पिरिच्युअली ओरिएंटेड सायंटिफिक लॅबोरेटरी झाली आहे, याचा विचार करावा की काय प्रकरण आहे. आता हे जे चाललंय, आता तुमची माझी जी भाषा चालू आहे, याच्या पाठीमागचं शास्त्र काय, व्हॉट द सायन्स. मग ते मेडिकल आहे का, इंजिनिअरिंग का, अजून काही देहन बुद्धीचा विचार किंवा मनाचा, आत्म्याचा आणि मनाचा विषय, एकदा तरी बोललं पाहिजे. समाजवाद याच्यात आहे. सगळ्यांना एक वेगळी दिशा जाणून घेऊन वैज्ञानिक भूमिकेतून, सायंटिफिक भूमिकेतून, स्पिरिच्युअलिटी म्हणजे काय हे ध्यानात घेऊन आता समन्वय साधण्याची वेळ आली आहे. तुमच्यासारख्यांनी जर दिशा दाखवली, मी भारतीय संस्कृती दर्शनाचं म्हणलं. व्हॉट इज भारतीय संस्कृती. मी विजय भटकर्णी, मी महाराष्ट्राच्या मुख्यमंत्र्यांना पत्र लिहिलं मागे की भारतीय अंधश्रद्धेचा चुकीचा मिसयूज, समजा मी आता बसलो इथं 4 विद्यापीठाचा चान्सलर झालो, पण मी जर याचा मिसयूज केला, तुम्ही गांधी स्मारक निधीचा मिसयूज केला, तर ते चूक आहे. परंतु तुम्ही गांधी स्मारक निधीचं जे मूळ तत्व आहे गांधींचं, अहिंसा असेल किंवा बाकीचं, हे समाजाच्या समोर मांडण्याचे, आपल्या मुलांना स्वत्व, स्वाभिमान आणि स्वधर्म या 3 शब्दाचा अर्थ कळवण्याची गरज. पुन्हा सांगतो, स्वत्व, स्वाभिमान आणि स्वधर्म. आणि तो धर्म कोणता? ड्युटी. युअर ड्युटी टुवर्ड द मदर, द फादर, द फॅमिली, द सोसायटी, द नेशन. साधे शब्द आहेत. पंचतत्वाचा विषय हे सायंटिफिक सिद्धांत आहेत, हे काही नवीन नाहीये, पण हे सिद्ध होऊन राहिलं सध्या करोडाच्या बॅकग्राऊंडवर. आणि देर इज अन इनविजिबल एनर्जी ऑर अ फोर्स विच इज मच मच बिगर दॅन द व्हायरस. मॅनमेड का नॅचरल असं मगाशी बोललो, पण कुमार तुम्हाला बघून मला मोह झाला किंवा टेम्पटेशन झाले की आवडत नाही, की कुमारला हे विनंती करावी, कुमार या वयात पुन्हा एकदा जागे होऊन तुमच्या पद्धतीने हे मांडण्याचा प्रयत्न करा, चर्चा करा. आम्ही आता दर्शनचा चॅनल सुरू केला, विश्व शांतीचा. त्याच्यावर एकदा मुलाखत द्या नवीन पिढीला, त्यांना समजून सांगा. तुम्ही मेडिकलचे डॉक्टर आहात स्वतः, तुमच्यासारखा तुम्ही वैज्ञानिक आहात, तुम्ही मेडिकलचे जाणकार आहात, देहाची बुद्धीची तुम्हाला अनालिसिस करायची सवय आहे. पण ही सवय करत असताना आता जर स्कूल्स ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस अँड रियालिटी 2 शब्द आहेत. ते मी बोलत नाही, हे आईन्स्टाईन बोलतो आहे, हे श्रॉडिंजर बोलतो आहे. माझे शब्द नाहीत किंवा तुमचे शब्द नाहीत. तर माझी अशी विनंती आहे की तुमचं पुन्हा एकदा आणि महाराष्ट्र शासनाला, देशाला, की हे खरं स्वरूप काय. भारतीय संस्कृतीमध्ये विश्वामित्रापासून, वाल्मिकीपासून, वेदव्यासांच्या पासून हे कोण होते. इथं फार जातीवादाचा फार शाप लागला तुम्हाला बघा. सगळ्या देशामध्ये सर्वात महत्वाचं की वेद म्हणलं की ब्राह्मण. हे कोणी सांगितलं? वेद काय कुठल्या ब्राह्मणाने लिहिले? वेदव्यासांची निर्मिती आहे. वेदव्यास आहे का कोणीचा मुलगा आहे? विश्वामित्र कोण आहे? वाल्मिकी कोण आहे? मग तुम्ही असं म्हणता कसं? वेदविद्या ही ज्ञानाची भाषा आहे, ज्ञान स्वरूप आहे. विश्व हे ज्ञान स्वरूप आहे म्हटले माऊलींनी, ज्ञानेश्वरांनी. त्यांचे शब्द वाचून तर बघा. ज्ञानेश्वर किंवा तुकारामांनी लिहिलेल्या शब्दात एकही शब्द, माझी अशी विनंती आहे तुम्हाला, मी प्रयत्न केला, समजू शकलो, एकही शब्द असा अंधश्रद्धेचा किंवा असा हंबक काही शब्द वापरलेला नाही. एकही, नॉट अ सिंगल वर्ड. द 9 प्रिन्सिपल्स ऑफ सेक्रेट रिव्हील केलंय. प्रगट गुह्य बोले म्हटलंय. काय प्रगट केलं? गुपित विश्वाचं, या रचनेचं, ब्रह्मांडाचं स्वरूप सांगितलं. इतकं अप्रतिम आहे कुमार, की मला असं वाटतं तुमच्यासारख्याने आम्हाला जर सपोर्ट केलं, आम्ही तुमचे सैनिक म्हणून काही काम करू शकतो. पण वेळ लक्षात ठेवा की वी हॅव टू चेंज द माइंडसेट अँड रिअली रिव्हील द अल्टिमेट रियालिटी, द ट्रुथ. आणि जगाला सुखाचा, समाधानाचा मार्ग दाखवायचा असेल तर आपल्यासारखे नेते जे आहेत की ज्यांच्यामध्ये चर्चा करा, बसा, पण एकदा बघा तर खरं. हा वैज्ञानिक नुसता सिद्धांत नाहीये, फार सुंदर उभं राहिलंय आणि आजची ही चर्चा जी आहे ती फार महत्वाची आहे. मी पुन्हा पुन्हा तीनदा मी म्हणालो आज राहुलच्या बद्दल की मला खूप आवडलं की हा विषयच फार महत्वाचा आहे की चेंजिंग द कलोनियल माइंडसेट. आपली वृत्ती अशी झाली मोठ्या श्रीमंतांना तर असं वाटतं की आपण असं केल्याशिवाय भागतच नाही. जणू काय दारू पिलीच पाहिजे, जणू काय नाचलंच पाहिजे, नागडं उघडं नाचलं पाहिजे. हे काय पद्धत आहे? तुझ्या श्रीमंतीला काय जाळायचं काय? तुझ्या घरामध्ये जर तुम्हाला सुख समाधान नसेल आणि प्रेम नसेल आणि आस्था नसेल, विश्वास नसेल, संतांची बाई आमचा विश्वास असतो.
बरोबर.
त्या घरात नवरा बायकोचा विश्वास नसला तर पंचायत होते हे सांगायची गरज नाही. आणि हे आपल्या नव्या पिढीला सांगा. खरं महाराष्ट्राचं खरं स्वरूप नाही, देशाचं, भारताचं खरं स्वरूप जगासमोर मांडण्याकरता वेळ आली आहे. म्हणून तुम्हाला नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I shall request Professor Anuradha Parasar, Dean, Faculty of Liberal Arts, Performing Arts, Fine Arts, Media and Journalism, and Faculty of Law, MIT World Peace University, to render a vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chanika. Namaskar and a very good evening to one and all. It is indeed an honor to give concluding remarks and to propose the vote of thanks on successful completion of first edition of online national conclave on overcoming the colonial mindset, which is being organized by MIT WPU School of Government. I extend sincere thanks and heartfelt gratitude on my behalf and on behalf of Honorable President, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir, Honorable Executive President, Shri Rahul V. Karad sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor N.T. Rao, Pro Vice Chancellors, faculty, staff, and students of MIT World Peace University, to each and every person who has contributed directly or indirectly through their unique contributions and participation, and for witnessing this conclave as a memorable and a successful event. We extend wholehearted, sincere thanks and gratitude to Chief Guest, Dr. Subramaniam Swamy sir. Sir, you have shown a new dimension and the way forward to all participants and students. Thank you very much, sir, for such an augmented session. From bottom of my heart, I extend heartfelt, fervent thanks and gratitude to all eminent speakers, Dr. Lalit Bhasin ji, Shri N. Gopalaswamy ji, Advocate Rituparna Mohanty ji, Shri Vivek Velankar ji, Dr. Purnima Advani ji, Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur ji, Dr. Kumar Saptarshi sir, whom we have just heard, for their enlightening insights and for drawing perfectly the roadmap ahead. I extend earnest thanks to all respected dignitaries, eminent speakers, and distinguished panel members on the honorable virtual dais for blessing the occasion with their gracious presence and for the thought-provoking and valuable address. Heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Pandit Vasantarao Gadgilji for all wisdom words and the collective wisdom by all. Sir, you want to say something?
No, it's fine. Thank you. I think, thank you everybody. All of you have done a wonderful job. Dr. Haridas, you are now leaving this organization. I'm thankful that this is one of the very important, one such benchmark, such seminar we could establish. And good luck to you and I am thankful that you have done wonderfully well so far. So everybody here. So Dhanyavad. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Maybe we can take the national anthem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, a heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all the eminent speakers for making this conclave a grand success. I shall request my technical team to play the national anthem. Over to my technical team. With the permission of the dais, I would like to end today's session. Thank you so much. I request my technical team